Hello, my tea stirrers, my coffee drinkers, and my wine sippers. Yes, it's tea time. It is tea time, baby. So today, before we get into Nature Nut, we're going to talk about what's going on with Kirk Franklin and his son. What are your opinions on this argument that Kirk Franklin had with his son? Kirk Franklin had with his Now, we're going to start off by saying everybody is human. Everybody is human. There is nobody above human beings. We all know people going to say stuff, they're going to curse, they're going to do things. So that it goes for Kirk Franklin too. But see, with these family problems, it goes a lot deeper. It goes a lot deeper. It goes a lot deeper. And we're gonna look at it. Well, we're gonna give it this grace period to get some more people in the room for like 2 or 3 minutes. We're gonna get some people in the room. And if you're watching this on a replay, you could skip past this grace period and go straight to the show. And how you guys doing? How are all of you guys doing today? How y'all day going? How is y'all day going? You blessed? That's good. Now Kirk Franklin, he cursed his he cursed his son out. But and then you got a lot of people that saying that, oh, these kids are I hate when people say, well, these rich kids are entitled and they think and then they're grown now. But people don't really, hey y'all, he said stomp. Well, see, we're gonna listen to this, then we're gonna discuss it. We need one more, we wait for one more lucky person. One more lucky person to come on in here so we can start the show. He was like, stop. This is when the chickens come home to roost. This is a case of the chickens come home to roost. The chickens, the cluck, 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 the chickens has come home to roost. And y'all men is majority with the men. Majority with the men. But we're going to start this video. I got enough of you guys up in here. We're going to see what's going on. Hold on, let me put these daggone headphones in. I totally forgot.
When your bitch ass start to get your skinny motherfucking ass back out the goddamn way before I put my foot in your I dare you. I dare you. I dare you.
Now, y'all only heard a little bit of it. Who would that be laughing in the back? Who would that be laughing? I gave you a like. Start the show, please. The show was started, Barbara. How you doing? Who would be back there as he's cursing out his son? Who would be back there laughing? Who's laughing? Who think this is a funny matter?
I dare you. Shut the fuck up. I'm old. I did it.
Many of you know I have an older son named Kirk Franklin. In May, he'll be 33. For many years, we have had a toxic relationship with him as a family. We've tried for many years through counseling, through therapy, to try to rectify this private family matter. Recently, my son and I had an argument that he chose to record. I felt extremely disrespected in that conversation, and I lost my temper. And I said words that are not appropriate. And I'm sincerely sorry to all of you. I sincerely apologize. I want you to know as a father that during that conversation, I called the family therapist and got that therapist on the phone to try to help. He never played that part of the recording. I'm not perfect. I'm human and I'm going to make mistakes and I'm trying to get it right. Please keep me and my family in your prayers.
Kirk got to give it to the Lord. Maybe his wife. It's a bigger issue going on here. It's a bigger issue going on here. And we're going to talk about it. It's a bigger issue that nobody wants to. When these kids come out, and I also have clips of Brian McKnight and also got clips of 50 Cent. It's the same exact thing. It's the same exact thing with the oldest children. It's the same exact pattern with their older kids.
Many of you know I have an older son named Kirk Franklin. In May, he'll be 33. For many years, we have had a toxic relationship with him as a family. We've tried for many years through counseling, through therapy, to try to rectify this private family matter.
Now, this clip is his son clapping back at his father.
Recently, my son and I had an argument that he chose to record. I felt extremely disrespected in that conversation, and I lost my temper. And I said words that are not appropriate. And I'm sincerely sorry to all of you. I sincerely apologize. I want you to know as a father that during that conversation, I called the family therapist and got that therapist on the phone to try to help. He never played that part of the recording. I'm not perfect. I'm human and I'm going to make mistakes and I'm trying to get it right. Please keep me and my family in your prayers.
This whole post on his page is cap. He ain't been consistent with going to counseling. We can verify that. He won't even speak to TD Jakes again. TD Jakes was on that phone call. He didn't tell y'all that part. Get Jakes back on the phone.
He apologized to his fans and not to me. That's why I'm done.
He got that recording. He told me on the phone that he was recording because he don't trust me. So ask him to post it. Ask him to post the whole thing.
He says, I go to sleep every night with no love from my own people, just years of commitments and of comments and carelessness. I'm done reaching out and getting treated like a random on the streets. You want me to go back to my dad and he's not attempting to be in my life. Wake up. There is no relationship to damage. There is no private matter. Just a family treating me however they choose. Did y'all see what he had to say? See what he had to say?
Where did I cuss in the video?
Well,
I
you did
never
cuss.
cussed in the video. I repeated back what he said.
Oh,
He said, "Shut the up with your poor." And I repeated those words. I never said anything. I never cussed at him.
All right.
Benzino and his daughter too, exactly. Now, people, the daughter have something to say too. We're gonna play the clip of the daughter. But what I'm trying to say to you is, and we're also gonna watch the clip with Brian McKnight, and we're gonna also want to watch the clip of 50 Cent. Do y'all notice it's only their older kids? Then you got people that will come on and go, "Oh, these kids are entitled. Their parents don't they don't just they're not obligated to take care of grown kids." For one, did y'all ever realize that these older kids did not get the rich parent? They did not get the rich parent, so they wasn't born entitled. All of these kids were born before they got on. Exactly. So they're not entitled. It's the when they was out there doing them, when they didn't have no money and they made these babies and they did not, hey Yemi, when they was out there making these babies, they was deadbeat dads. And then when their lives got better, now they want to claim the women just want child support. But at that point, you ain't no real dad. See, a lot of them think that once they got on, okay, I have to pay this child support. No, it's up to you, the parent. It's up to you, the parent, to make a relationship with your child. These kids did not ask to be born here. Now you're going to have the daughter, which now she would be considered entitled. She's the one that was born into the money. She's the one that his mother loves. That, yeah, she's the one that her mother loves. She is the one. Now, when you see all Kirk Franklin, you and not the mind you, one of the kids that see, and it's also going to be shown with 50 Cent, but I don't have that clip. But it's going with Kirk Franklin and 50 Cent. They got their step kids. They treat their step kids so good. Brian McKnight treat his step kids like gold. Can you imagine being your dad and you're being the black sheep? Hey, foot soldier, I put the a link in there. If anybody want to come up and have this discussion, you're more than welcome to come on up. Let's have this discussion. It was okay. It's not okay to be the black sheep of the family. And when your parent is famous, you have to see that all the time. You have to see that you're not on the trip, on the beautiful trips. You're not going to the best schools because when they were born, they didn't have the money. Everybody assumed because a parent is rich. No, they was not born into the older kids or the first group of kids was not born into the money. You know more about Lori Harvey than you know about his own biological older kids. You see 50 Cent with none of them. First of all, they wasn't born into money. Second of all, once their parents got money, a lot of time outside of the house. So you're not there with that child, only the mother. And then when you make that money, the bond is not there. The bond is not there. And then now you and the mother do not even get along. That is on you. And when he's talking and cursing out his son, somebody was laughing like, okay, it's like they've been through this before. When these kids are out there crying for help and they don't get no help, why are they the bad guys when they bring it to social media? You bring it to social media when you do stuff and you exclude me. When you exclude me, when you're doing all these shows and it's all about your older kid, exactly, Jay-Z oldest daughter. Let's go. Let's keep it real. Then I get these new women. The biracial make kids get the Hollywood package. Yeah. Now the daughter gonna have something to say. See, this how you know the family was never close, because she got her dad back. You shouldn't be in it at all. That's none of your business. That's none of your business. That's still his son. He's just as much that your brother's father as he is your father. He's both of your father. Why are you even in the business acting like you going to do something? Like you going to do. See, this is the problem that we're having. And everybody is talking about he's entitled. No, he was not born into money. Stop it. 50 Cent's son was not born into money. Grime and Knight, oldest two kids, was not born into the money. They didn't get the wealth part of the father. As they got older, they got some money or whatever. But at that time, their relationship is already estranged. Kirk looked like he was trying to put a Hollywood hit on his son. He's stressed he's 33. I wonder why. I wonder why. So let's see what the daughter had to say.
Gotta choose my words wisely. That I'll go to war.
She said, choose my words wisely. And then said that.
I'll go to war. And that's all I gotta say. I don't know. I would like people to respect the fact that this is social media and that y'all only see what we allow you to see. And sadly, what's the correct song, whatever. Today,
exit 25 onto Roswell Road towards Sandy Springs.
I'll go to war. That's it. I mean, there's always another side to the story, and I'm sorry if somebody keeps on disrespecting me and spewing out falsely allegations that will ruin my reputation and like that. I would cuss them the hell out as well. Sorry. I've just learned from previous experiences, whether it's with him or anything like that. Family don't mean nothing. Like, you don't got to be blood to be somebody's family. I can meet you for 2 months and you can be considered my family, then be somebody like my brother and not be my family. So I got that's it.
Right.
And
you heard her. You could be somebody like her brother and not be her family. So all of this is more proof on top of proof that Kirk was never there for that boy. We're not talking about financially, neither. Kirk was not there for that oldest son, to the point that you will forget that he has the other son. You would think he only have kids by his wife. It's not like how Will Smith, when he had the older son, Trey, he didn't bring him into the family. A lot of these celebrities don't bring their older kids into their new family and treat them like they are one. God don't like ugly. He would take everything from Kirk Franklin and his daughter be singing different songs. Religious people give upon you clearly over there. Yeah, exactly. Now the daughter's saying even blood, but he's not my brother, which means again, they not involved. They made him the black sheep. And now these kids is waking up. They're like, oh, don't bring it to social media. But they got to see you on TV all the time. They got to see your house on TV all the time. They got to see what colleges you're going to all the time. They got to see the car that you're driving. And a lot of you guys are grown too. They got to sit back and see all of this in their face on social media. How do you think that makes somebody feel? You tried me. And Trey asks not to be on camera, but still be with Will. Yeah. And you can tell her mouth is reckless too. Her mouth is reckless too. Her mouth is reckless.
I just think that as a grown person over the age
6.4 miles, turn right onto
of 30, you just don't air out business. But I mean, if you want to air out, we can air out. Because you don't gaslight people and expect them to just be nice to you. And that's anybody, period. You don't gaslight people and then be mad when they respond. Because you gonna get that response. You're gonna get that response. I know exactly where we're at. You're gonna get that response. And so I know exactly where we're at. I'm dead. Oh, turn the GPS down. Sorry guys, we don't live here.
You are invited.
I turned it down. Thanks guys. Because you can see us today, people are weird. But yeah, social media at the end of the day. And you can either use it for good or use it for bad. Today's used for bad. So guess what I'm about to do? Use it for worse. No, I'm playing. No, but honestly though, it's all love. It's all good. People try to take you out of your character, you know? And you can't allow people, no matter who they are, to do that to you. But at the end of the day, you're not going to let anybody just speak ill will and speak lies on you as well. And so that's why I'm saying something, because my thing is, you know, it's funny. I'm 23 years old and I'm saying something without saying something, if that makes sense. I'm not putting out pictures, videos, this and that, because what I got to do that for? Because if you got to do all that, means you have to, you put all that out there because you're trying to play victim. You trying to do all this and that. I ain't got to do all that, because you can see the man sprung out.
Wow. Wow.
But yeah,
That's your brother.
I'm over it.
That's
tired
your
of
brother, girl.
I'm tired, and honestly, I'm tired of just, I don't know. I tweeted over it, and people wanted to screenshot that and put it in the little blogs. I could be over homework. I could be over, I could be over the outfit I'm wearing. I could be over my sneakers. I just said over it. And so I just, yeah, I just said I was over it. And so people want to screenshot that too. And I'm just not trying to be in it. What I gotta be in it for? I'm good.
I know you good. I know
I'm
you
good
good.
because
Mm-hmm.
I'm not mad because the opportunities that were given to me, I didn't burn them. So
Wow.
we'll go to war, and that's all. Mary had a little lamb. And exactly, that's another thing as well. One, my father's not a pastor. I'm tired of people here saying that. He's not a pastor. What he is a regular person. What he is human. That's before anything. Before any profession, what he is human. And I don't know about y'all, but if somebody disrespect me, I'm not about to just say anything.
Exactly.
That's on silver and gold.
Exactly.
But no, I'm over. That's all I had to say. So I'm on live having fun. I'm on live spreading positivity. I'm not gonna say anything else about it.
Hey Tiff.
It's a Saturday night. It's my spring break. I finished my second quarter of grad school on Thursday. And so yeah, I'm just here to spread positivity and all that. I got my hair did. I put on some lip gloss. And I just, living life. I'm really messing with this lipstick, sorry. But yeah, I just want people I think if anything, if you from this live, I just want people to understand that we are regular people. I honestly don't consider my father anything. He's a regular person. I'm a regular person. My family are regular people. He just so happened to do something that's in the light, and that's okay. But at the end of the day, he's a person. I'm a person. And keep on pushing a person's buttons. Don't get. That's it. Am I back in Texas? No, I'm still in Atlanta. Sorry, I'm reading the comments. Lip gloss popping. Thank you. Go to Be Supply. Get that argan oil.
22. She 22.
So, of course, he's complaining about Kirk Franklin kind of ignoring him, and not kind of, but ignoring him and not really counting him as part of his family, being estranged from him on purpose and not giving him a chance to be in his life. Those are things that would disturb anybody that's somebody's
Hey,
child, right?
Charlie.
Well, selfishly, I'm sitting on Carry On's live and I request to be in his video. And unfortunately, I didn't make it through, but you might hear him reference me in this video. Either way, I'll make sure you guys like and subscribe.
Same question over and over. All my daddy doing is ignoring the fuck out of it, laid up rubbing on his wife booty. And hopefully not nobody else booty, but whatever they do is whatever they do. But he laid up right now. About to post some corny ass shit to y'all and y'all gonna cackle-lackle. They still using my names and all of the everything that go on. Even in the article about Carrington Baby, my name's still tagged in it. They still like to mention it, everything. Yeah, this, and this. Oh yeah, his oldest son named Carrion. I'll be like, that's it.
Exactly.
So that do confuse me. Like, is there a way to trademark my name where like big media can't just use my name like for the sake of their shit without compensating me? Is that possible? Is that a reality? If so, so be it. Manifest. Do it. I am late. Please re-explain where you been. Write a book for a bag, and you told me you ain't presented no paperwork, no contract. This is just creative thought. Who knows the bag? Who knows the book isn't finished? Who knows if the book is sitting on the shelf and I'm waiting for y'all to actually act like y'all give a fuck? Y'all want me to release a whole book? Ain't nobody harder than my bloodline out of Texas on this side of the map. But y'all want me to release a book with 1,500 people following me. Y'all barely comment. You ask the same dumbass questions, but y'all want me to give y'all every single thing. I've given y'all enough juice today. You've been waiting 14 years. I'm giving y'all some crucial gems today. Write a book. Will Smith help. They're gonna say you're on drugs. That's all they already tried that, but my intellect and I feel, they already tried the drug spell. I feel that my intelligence supersedes that, A red table talk with Jada, I might blush. Hold on. Did I just say that out loud? I'm gonna be like, Jada, you pick over me. You pick. Jada, you pick. I look more like where you pick. What? That skinny ass boy from Louisiana, he right next door. You could have came to Texas for some. He's skinny. He can say August. I'm gonna be like, Jada. Hold on, let me get a book out my eye. I've been crying on y'all. Jada, you pick August? I'm gonna just be like this. I ain't even gonna say nothing. I'm gonna just be like, Jada, you was in Louisiana and you pull up in Texas. I'm right near though. Don't act like one of y'all ain't hit me and then went and hit another dude. Stop playing. One of y'all didn't hit me and then ran out because I sure didn't get well. One of y'all didn't hit me and ran out. I know for a fact Trey Songz hit one of my bros. I know for a fact. That's facts on facts. I know for a fact. Facts on facts. I know Trey Songz hit one of my bros. That's just real deal. I ain't tripping. Do you, then? I know I got good taste, so hey. Where in Texas are you? Where you at? Where did you answer? One and only? Why you ain't here?
Okay, so I was gonna let it go from here, and I was just gonna let the commentary stroll. It's very eccentric, very different, whatever you want to call it. However, it's too late for me and my son. Maybe I can make it up by having another child and by putting this child in that child's place, then I can, become a better father to this child over here, and it'll make child in that child's place and my son. It seems that he has some animosity towards Kirk, that Kirk doesn't want to
Now listen carefully, guys. Listen carefully.
account for at this point in his life. A lot of the times, like, yeah, you could see the pops of Kirk Franklin in him with that eccentricity or whatever you want to call it. However, it seems that he has some animosity towards Kirk that Kirk doesn't want to account for at this point in his life.
Exactly.
A lot of the times when these guys get older, they start thinking, well, maybe it's too late for me and my son. Maybe I can make it up by having another child, and by putting this child in that child's place, then I can, become a better father to this child over here, and it'll make it up. When in turn, it never makes it up.
Exactly.
And that pain from the child that was neglected is always there. Now, this is part of having to live in your karma. This boy is Kirk Franklin's karma, y'all. Now, ain't none of us perfect, and we all go through it with our children, correct? But we don't all expect it to come back around. And I'm telling you,
We make it easy for you. You need to get your
it has just been coming back around lately to bite these parents in the butt. Not only Kirk, but several parents here on the internet. Okay, I'm just saying, and I ain't gonna say no names, but I'm just saying the parents are really getting their due diligence out here on these streets nowadays. Okay. If I was this young man, though, I would feel very upset. Kirk Franklin is a very, very popular and very well-known source of inspiration to a lot of different people. And I always wondered that. Why is it that you have ministers, right, who will be out here praying for other people's children? You have women of the cloth. They will be out here breaking down other people's daughters, praying for these daughters so hard, praying for these boys so hard in the streets, ministering, singing, dancing, clapping, and shouting all over the place. But then when it comes to their own children, they're not praying with their own children. They're not teaching their children how to minister. They're not ministering to their own children. They're not doing anything that they're doing with these other people's children, with their own children. I noticed that a lot in the Christian community. There's a lot of flaws, not for nothing, that plague the church just as well as they plague any other community of people. And it's sad to know that Kirk Franklin is one of the most elite leaders, right, of this community in the
elite, she meant to say. She said, I think they neglected these kids because these kids witnessed the drama and abuse that these fathers were before they. Exactly. That's what I was saying earlier. People keep saying they entitled. I'm like, no, they wasn't. Like they say, Marquise, we're gonna watch what 50 Cent had to say about his son. Talk about he's entitled. No, he's not. He wasn't born into money. We got Brian McKnight says his son was entitled. His two sons was entitled. No, they wasn't. And it was also stated with Brian McKnight that you said that you was in college and you just happened to be with the lady. She got pregnant, and then because you was but being that you was religious, you had to marry her, but you never loved her, you never cared about her, and you left her, you cheated on her, and you just forgot. All of these artists did they owe the kids dirty. Not all, but a lot of them did they owe these kids dirty. And then you got stupid, dumb people who cannot do math. And realize that these kids was there before the money. These kids, and not some of them do their kids dirty too, but Dr. Dre too. Dr. Dre did all his older kids dirty before he got the money. And they keep talking about these kids think they entitled. Okay, they are entitled. Why should they go out there and look for a job when you can get them a job? Why? They look at people like Will Smith. They look at people like Puff Daddy. They look at people like that who make sure their kids are straight. They make sure their kids are straight. Even with Puff Daddy's stepson, um what is it? Quincy. Quincy, when he got older, went after his dad, I'll be sure. And everybody was like, oh, he only act like that because Puff Daddy took care of him all his life. No, he never received his father's love. And he wrote his father a letter about it. He wrote his father a letter and stopped. He didn't see, but everybody didn't look up like Quincy. But if Puff Daddy didn't step in, of course he gonna always be devoted to Puff Daddy because his father did him dirty. His father did him dirty. Their father did their mothers dirty. You can't be out on TV disrespecting they mother. But they so quick to blame everything on the mother. But aren't you supposed to? Okay, D Wade and Magic Johnson certainly went to the other extreme. Quincy, yes, thank you, darling. But the dude talking about copyrighting his name. He's saying because they name always up in his mouth. Now let's see what the Davy had to say. But I still like what she was saying. These kids are gonna. This is as I said, the chickens come home to roost.
The church is one of those people that's kind of allowing things to fall by the wayside when he don't have to. I feel like his son is reaching out to him and speaking out to him in the form of desperation. Like, for me, I see this as a form of desperation, as a way to like cry out to his father because he cannot reach out to him any other way. And he's like, well, then if you don't want me, then I'm going to shame you because I feel ashamed. You know,
Yep.
misery loves company. Not to say that Kirk wasn't miserable and that's why he did this to his son, but just to say that in turn, yes, his son is miserable and definitely doing this to Kirk, right? Well, it didn't stop there. He actually did write these two things. Shout out to Glock Topics for their contribution. He said, I'm not allowed to have any childhood pictures of myself or my family. Some of the stuff I see y'all complain about is so surface. I've been through the fire. Now, I don't know why he wouldn't be allowed to have any childhood pictures, but that is so sad. Maybe his mom is just so mad at Kirk, or maybe Kirk just wasn't there and they don't want the memory. I don't know. Maybe Kirk was there. They don't want the memories. Who knows?
Kirk wasn't
Somebody
there.
said, wait, what? He said, I've waited for 14 years for my family to show love. I'm done waiting. Somebody named Miss Kiki said, I hope your dad is not involved in this foolishness. It would break my heart because I grew up listening to him. And if you guys know anything about some Kirk Franklin, you would know that we all grew up listening to some melodies from heaven. Okay. Rain down on me. I mean, I'm kind of sad. Anyway, Carry On said, he's the source. Y'all so delusional. Keep hoping though. I hope y'all wake me up when everybody done playing woke. And then he said, my heart been broke. I put it back together myself without any help. You will too. Wow. And at least he's acknowledging that his dad is a public figure who also has the hearts of many around them, and that's true. With Kirk Franklin doing this to his own child, you're not only hurting your own child, you're also hurting the people around you that love you, that look to you as a source of inspiration, like I said, and that really truly believe that you're a man of the cloth who have lived your life.
And then people kill me. Oh, he did this because he's entitled. Ain't no child that's entitled gonna throw their parent under the bus unless it's something deeper. What's wrong with you guys? What is wrong with? Oh, because of the mother. Because of it's always the mother's fault, or he's felt entitled. He ain't never got nothing. He probably got a little child support as he got older, but he's 33. That's long gone. They show you that child support means nothing.
to him, blah, 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 blah. That's what I'm saying. Obviously, you're not listening. Because if you were listening, none of that matters. It's not even the fact of what Kirk Franklin said, you know, when he got heated, and what he said that mattered either. What matters is that a problem can be fixed. An issue is worked out over time. Okay? So that means that at one point in time, Kirk Franklin and his son Kerrion Franklin had a problem long time ago. It went unfixed. Okay? It just sat there. It was never dealt with. Whose fault is that? Would it be the child's fault or would it be the father's fault? This didn't just happen. Kirk Franklin said himself for the last 15 years, 14, 15 years. Okay? So you got to think. That's when one has to sit back and think like, okay, well, if this has been happening since his child.
I had to play this because I so agree with everything Sean said. Sean, don't you strike my page. But I so agree with everything my brother had to say. I had to play it. We're going to listen. I agree.
Since he was a teenager, you know, all of this, if you've been having this friction going back and forth, why didn't you, like I said earlier, as a father, fix it? Because that was his responsibility. It wouldn't have went into his adult years, his son. It wouldn't have went in his adult years if Kirk would have fixed it when he was a child, when he was a teenager, whenever it started. That'd be the problem. It's no different than somebody like Black China and her mama. It's the same thing. These problems started when China was a kid, a long time ago. And those problems over time turned into issues. So China has issues with Tokyo. Those are issues. That is something that they would have to work out over time because it took time for the problem to turn into an issue. Because if it was just a problem, it could be fixed. It would just be with a snap of a finger. I step on your shoe and you don't say nothing, I don't say nothing, and you're upset because I stepped on your shoe. If I say sorry within that moment, you're over it. But if it's never acknowledged and then I do something else to upset you, that those are going to build. And as it builds, it's going to turn into an issue. It's not going to be a problem anymore. It's getting to the point when you know you have an issue with someone or something, is when it's multiple things. A problem is just that, a problem.
Exactly.
That's one thing. That's something that can be fixed. You need oil in your car, you go get an oil change because you had a problem. So you went and fixed it. But if it's multiple things going on with your car got issues. Your car don't have a problem. Like it's different. So it's the same thing. Kirk should have fixed it a long time ago. And it wouldn't have got this far. So whatever they go through, it should be between them, but it's not. It's bigger than that now. It's bigger. Why? Because of Kirk. That is not Kerrion's fault that it got to where it got to, especially if it went from child to adulthood. If this problem came about as an adult with Kerrion, then that would be different. Why is Kerrion cussing this man out and things like that? If Kerrion has been holding on to things for a very long time, we all hold on to things. We all do that. So when we hold on to something and we don't ever get a chance to truly express ourselves, when we start to express ourselves, it's going to be hard to get us to shut up. And sometimes we may say things that we don't mean along the way, especially if we're angry while expressing ourselves. So it's no different than Kirk Franklin. When he was expressing himself to his son, he was upset. He was angry. I get that. He's a human. I get it. But you call him poor and things like that, that's a different type of tone that you're speaking on your child. Even if he did call you a bitch ass, he called you a bitch ass nigga. Okay? And he probably should have said that. But that could have been something that he's been saying in the back of his mind about you for the last 14, 15 years.
Mm-hmm.
And when you get into it with certain people, you get triggered. So if you trigger me from something that I've been feeling about you for a very long time, it just might come out. It just might. But the thing about it is, if you're a good parent, you don't have to worry about your child disrespecting you
That's what
while
I
trying
said.
to express themselves.
That's what I said. Yep.
Most of y'all that have good parents, if you need to express yourself to your parent, there's no reason for you to disrespect them in the process. There's no reason for it. There is no reason for it. If you respect them. If you don't respect them, if your parent has not been present, if your daddy wasn't there, if your mama wasn't there, and you saw them at points in your life, they cannot enter your life and tell you what to do. You are going to treat, you might have a bitch ass nigga in you or a dirty ass trifling ass bitch. You might have some of them in you for that person. Because if they were truly your parent and you respected them and they raised you, you wouldn't have that in you. That comes from somewhere. So if he is treating Kirk like that, it comes from somewhere. That's not some shit that just came up, like just popped up and, oh, I'm going to disrespect my dad today. Let me call him a bunch of bitch ass niggas because I want clout. The fuck out of here. That's why I said, so these people, oh, you need to go watch the whole video. He called him a bitch ass nigga. No, you go watch the whole video. You try to go excuse the reason why they have problems that turn into issues with one another. Because that doesn't excuse anything. Two wrongs does not make a right. And like I said earlier, I don't have to take back what I said because it's the truth. This is Kirk's fault. This started with him as a child. You need to listen. Don't get so caught up in the drama so you don't realize that this is deep rooted. That this has started a long time ago. This shit didn't start this Sunday. I would understand if they got into a heated argument, just an argument, and as an adult, he decided to call his dad a bitch ass thing. That is very disrespectful, and you shouldn't talk to your father like that. Somebody that raised you and helped you got to where you are in life right now. No, we can't say that. We can't say that because that's not Kirk. So go research that. Go research that. Fuck is you talking about? No, I don't need to go research. I don't give a fuck what Larry Reed put up. Fuck him. Shit, I don't give a damn what he put up. I don't give a damn. So it still comes from somewhere. Ask Larry Reed why he ain't take care of that 15, 16 years ago. Period. Why ask Larry Reed why he still feel like it's okay to call his son a broke ass motherfucker and all this. Go ask Larry Reed that.
Exactly.
That.
Hello.
Since they fear God so much.
Mm-hmm.
Which God? Man or the one up there? Which one? Pick a team.
But they can help everybody else kids.
Pick a
Pray
team.
for everybody
Make
else
sense.
kids. Mm-hmm.
No, make that make sense. Why has this been happening over a decade?
Yep. Explain that.
His son ain't 50, 60 years old. He said it's been happening 15, 16 years. Very long time. You don't make this shit happen today. This was not birthed today. These are deep-rooted issues.
Hello.
And I'm not going to blame somebody that was a child when these issues came about.
Yep. Blame the kid and blame the baby mama.
Y'all out there right now that have deep-rooted issues with a non-existent parent. A parent that was not present. It's plenty of y'all. Plenty of y'all that got dads that wasn't there, moms that wasn't there. Plenty of y'all. Some of y'all can't even talk to those people. And if you could talk to them, God only knows what you would say. If you got to be face to face with the person that really hasn't been there for you. All your important moments in life.
I don't know. Oh no, you didn't. His daughter said he's not a pastor.
Like,
hi, Ice
that's
Queen.
crazy. His father was supposed to teach him how to be a man. Because if Kirk taught him how to be a man, if Kirk is not disrespectful, wouldn't his son not be?
Boop.
The fuck out of here. There's plenty of people with absent parents and feel some type of way about them.
Boop.
So if your mama wasn't there, like I said, and your daddy wasn't there, they're not about to just come into your life and just tell you what to do. And if so, if you feel disrespected, you might just treat them, like I said earlier, like a bitch or a nigga on the street. Like, it's different. When you build rapport with your kids and you raise them to your best ability, they will respect you. If they don't have nothing else, they got respect. Why is Kirk Franklin and other children not treating him like that?
That's what I said earlier.
Because he raised
them.
He built rapport and he built a respect with those children.
Thank you.
So they have no
Now,
reason to disrespect Kirk.
I said that.
Now, if they disrespect Kirk, his daughter, or the son that went to college, you absolutely right. Don't talk to Kirk like that. Don't come at him like that. That's different. But you can't say this about this son. You cannot say that about Carrion. You cannot. You cannot say that shit. So it's not the same. So go tell Larry Reed that. It's not the same. And you can't excuse it because he's an adult. He should be over it. No.
It don't go like that. It don't
Get the
go
fuck
like
out of
that.
here. Deal with
Sorry.
it. Like I said, even if his son called him out his name, all of that stuff, let him. Like I said earlier, let him go watch my live. Let him just listen. Because that's how sometimes you get to the problem. If you just listen. And sometimes it's hard to listen to disrespect. And it's hard to listen to somebody tell you that you weren't there for them. Nobody wants to sit there and feel less than. Nobody wants to. But sometimes you have to go through it to get over it. That's the only way. That's why they keep hitting this roadblock, because there's friction on both sides. There's friction on the son's side and there's friction on the dad's side. The dad is stuck in his ways and stubborn. And then you got the son that feels like you did me wrong. Feelings are never wrong. So if his son feels that way, that happened. It happened. So you just got to let it be. You just let them talk. It might be some shit you may not want to hear, but you just have to let them speak. Because you ain't never going to know the problem if you keep cutting them off before you have an actual, what they call in therapy, breakthrough. That's why they can't have breakthroughs. Because neither side is listening. That's why as Kirk, as the father, sit back, cross your arms, and just listen. Just listen. Because then when you have the floor, he has to listen in return. He has to give you that respect. He has to.
So, and let's not forget, I showed y'all the video where the daughter had something to say. I'm out for war. And family is not always blood. Which means he turned the other kids against the son too. Which means the other children have no relationship with their brother. They don't even see him as a brother. But the mother's child that doesn't belong to Kirk, they see him as a brother though. He has his own father, but they treat him like Frank calls that his son. See, you cannot give. You're supposed to love your stepkids as your own, but that does not mean forget about the son you had when you wasn't a good person. When you was out there running them streets and you got that woman pregnant and you didn't care about the mother and you said you became a deadbeat dad, but now you have changed your life. You cannot forget about them. And then now these kids now have to see you with your stepkids. I'm going to show you a little video, like a 1-minute video after we hear a little bit more of what Sean had to say. I'm going to show you what his son had to see. Family, which he was not included with. He was not included with. But we're going to listen to, I actually went through this with my mother. Yeah, he also spoke upon China and her mother too, which he spoke upon that too. And the same rule applies for either parent. It applies for either parent. But y'all seen the daughter was out there acting like, it's about their family. She forgot that's her brother. She shouldn't have made no comment at all. It wasn't nothing for her to say. There was nothing for her to say. And you're going to put, I'm over it. And then you're going to come out on Instagram. Now, I ain't never seen that girl ever. So now I see her when she's disrespecting her brother. Now we get to see you that you're disrespecting your brother. I'm not talking about people in your peers. Your peers probably saw you before, but I'm not your peer. So now why do I only see you when it comes down to you disrespecting your brother? That's still your brother. You You were born privileged. He was not. And then y'all laughing in the background like it's funny that he's going to tell his son, Kirk, looking for respect that he did not earn. Even though you are supposed to respect your mother and your father, but you're not supposed to push your kids neither.
So just open up. Sometimes you got to let it happen. Like I said, as a parent, it's hard. I'm sure that would be hard. The best graders on parenting are the children. That's why parents get so offended when somebody else try to come in their life and tell them about how they're raising their kid. Because if you're going to hear from anybody, it should be your child. They are the best graders. They're the best ones to tell you how good you are doing as a parent because you raised them.
Hello, people of the game.
So if they're not happy, that says a lot about your parenting. Like there's something you have to change. So, and that's the thing with Kirk. So it's a whole nother realm. No, feelings are never wrong. If you feel a certain way, that is how it is. Now, if somebody does something that you misunderstand in the process, so if somebody says something that hurts your feelings and to them it's not a big deal, is your feeling wrong? Is your feeling wrong just because they didn't mean anything by it? You know, I'm just saying, because that's how, like, feelings are never wrong. Now, in how you display information and how somebody feels about it, that may be misunderstood, but the feeling isn't wrong. If you feel like somebody is shading you, they are. If you feel like somebody's being rude, they are. Like you're not wrong. It's a feeling. So I mean, because a feeling is usually by energy that you are getting. Now you can read energy wrong. If somebody's just having a bad day and they're normally a cheerful person, and you see them and for the first time,
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. I don't want his whole entire content on the page.
So you feel like, oh, this is what you need to get to, you know. So, but usually feelings are right. You can always get back to a relationship. Relationships don't go anywhere. Relationships don't change. People do. So as we change as people, our relationships change, and it can be for the good. Sometimes it's for the bad, and sometimes it's for the non-existent. Sometimes the relationship changes to where you don't have one at all anymore. You know, and that's a change. You know, you went from having, you know, a dialogue to not having a dialogue at all. And there's a lot of friendships and relationships, and they haven't seen them, don't have a relationship with them, and then if given the opportunity to where they could speak to said parent, mentally, you may think like, oh, I cuss them out, or I say this, or I say that, I say this, I say that. You can get in front of that person and be speechless because of what you have. You have a family. You have a unit. These people care about you. They care about you so much to where your mom, your friend that's over there hanging out with you, your mama fixed them a dinner plate. Your mama fixed them a lunch plate. You know, they feel a family. They see there's structure here. There's love. All of these things, they're here. You know, I don't get none of that at home. You know, like their parents be drunk or barely there because of work or, you know, and shit like that. So it's like we envy each other for things. You sitting there envying them for all the things that they have, and they sitting there envying you for all the things that you have.
Now this is a little video. Now look at this little video. Sean was speaking the truth or truth. Perception is everything. Fact, Sean. Respect. Favoritism. Marquise is asking good questions. True. This is some of the things that he had to see. Now, can you imagine? This is what you see on social media. And y'all saying keep it off of social media, right? Do y'all keep little family stuff? Now, look, this is Kirk Franklin. I'm not going to play the sound because I don't want to copyright strike. But let's look at this. This is Kirk Franklin and his family. And look at them having fun. This is what he has to see all the time. This is what Kirk Franklin has to see. His father in a big old house. Everybody's having fun. And he never had that. He never had that. And not to mind you, the oldest son is not his. Her oldest child is not his. Look at that. This is on social media. He got to see that big old house. He got him. It was also a video with them saying, oh, he's the best dad and why I love my dad. I was trying to find that video for you guys, but I couldn't find it. Now look, he never experienced that. He never experienced that with his dad. But that's on social media. Every good thing that he see with his father and his other kids is on social media. So where did he go? To social media. People be like they should do things behind closed door. They didn't care about his feelings when they were showing his son had to see all the beautiful family life that they have, that they kept promoting. They kept promoting all this family. When they was promoting all of that, then he got to think about, look how me and my mother lived. Look at what me and my mother had to go through. Me and my mother didn't have the big house. Me and my mother didn't have the love. My mother had to struggle. My mother had to work. We don't know what that young man, how he was brought up and what that young man been through. But what we do know is he did not have the life of Kirk Franklin and his other children have. That's one thing we do know. We do know he made his mother a single mother. We do know that. If he's not allowed there, then that's a problem. We don't know if he wasn't allowed there. Kirk Franklin said it himself when he was young, he was out there doing him. Kirk Franklin said that himself. Because Kirk Franklin grew up without a family. If I'm not mistaken, Kirk Franklin's mother was not there for him. Kirk Franklin grew up without love. So he didn't have no love to give to his first son. That's a perfect way for them to bond. He transferred that non-love that he got to his own son. And then once he got saved and he learned what love was about, he transferred that to his next set of kids. Kirk Franklin didn't have it easy neither, but he transferred that to his first son. Okay, I hear you, Isis. Yeah. When you left out, and then you gotta see videos all the time. You gotta see that big old house all the time. You gotta hear them kids got money all the time. Them kids travel, go on trips, and not to mind you, they grown too. They just as much as grown as him. They see all the love, and he like, where was my love? Where was my love? So he wants to make a statement. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But I'm saying this is what it is. This is what it is, what it is. That's what I am saying. It is what it is. Hey, she baby. Now, we're going to show Brian McKnight. Same situation. Same situation. Look at what his son had to say. Now watch this. This is what these kids have to see. This is what these kids have. This Brian McKnight and his new wife and his new family.
Give me some smile, guys, over here. Both of you. Hey.
That's
Brian McKnight has got him an Asian woman, okay? And she's a thick-calfed Asian woman, okay? And look at this picture. Her calf is thick as fuck, okay? All right, what's really going on? Now, her and Brian, they're selling the seeds.
same situation.
You know what I'm saying?
This is
Brian
on
McKnight
social
bought this
media.
woman, you know, cars and Range Rovers.
So I just left the house. Leilani thought I was taking her old S-Class coupe in her first service. What she doesn't know is that since her birthday is Monday, she's getting the new 19 G-Wagon, and I'm about to take it home and get her reaction when I get to the crib, so it's going to be amazing. Happy birthday, baby.
These are what the kids ahead of the earlier kids got to see this.
Go. Got new shoes on my Rover. Did something a little different. I don't usually do a two-tone. I put rose gold on the barrel and the black faces. Ooh. Big shout out to BD Wheels for hooking me up. My man Eric over there. You guys need them. 24s with the rose gold.
You're gonna see that as
you know,
a
they
baby.
go on fine dining and all of this, which, you know, that's something that should happen. You know, if you're a couple and, you know, you together or whatever. But Brian looks like he's living his best life, and ain't nothing wrong with that, you know. Now, all hell broke loose when Brian McKnight posted a picture
Now
of
look at
his
this.
wife's son.
That's the wife's
now, Brian
son.
McKnight done bought this boy a Challenger, a brand new black Challenger. Very cute, very cute. Now this boy looks like he's about 16, 17.
Them are her children.
You know, he looked like that little boy on Karate Kid, Ralph Macchio. You know, he got them kind of vibes. You know, but Brian McKnight's children is saying that Brian McKnight don't do shit for them.
Hello.
You know, and he's worth more dead to them than alive. I said, wait a minute, hold up. Brian McKnight, your life is in danger. Don't wind up on Dateline. Okay, and don't leave no drinks around your children because they're gonna poison your ass. Okay, they're gonna put some antifreeze in your shit. Okay, now look here. Brian McKnight has a new family, and it's coming off like the children are very envious of this because Brian McKnight is making no qualms about it on IG, honey. And bottom line, there's a new sheriff in town, and her name is Leilani.
Oh, you talking about Jordan? I'm not talking about that. Yeah, he's talking about Marvin. Marvin. You know, Ricky dates her granddaughter. No, I not this. Be there. Ricky might be the best person for this.
Okay, and she is riding Brian McKnight to death. Okay, she's
this
riding
is
him
social
into
media.
The sunset. Brian McKnight is whipped, and you know.
What day is it, baby? It's refuel day. Ray's famous in New York.
Good.
Yeah, you got you on your own.
You don't. He's sprung. He definitely in love. So y'all kids, go get your damn job. Chipotle is hiring. So y'all drop down in the comments. Let me know what you think about this. Have you guys experienced this? When you divorce the mom or the dad and you move on with your life, the kids got a problem with it. Let me know what you think.
Now, Brian McKnight's son says, I can't imagine abandoning my family. Abandoning my family. A man who can truly turn his back on his actual sons, on his actual blood and creation, is mind-boggling to me. I don't think there's any situation that merits the way my father has chosen to treat my brother and my sisters and his grandchildren, one of which being his firstborn son who also bears our name. It's insane to me to have absolutely no empathy for the type of life being introduced us, only to resent us for the life catching up with us. It breaks my heart, but not myself, specifically for my siblings and my children. They don't deserve this at all. Not open. What did he write? Not open bit. Well, this is what he writing. I'm just reading what he wrote. And I'm not letting ish slide. Not for 1 second. I tried my best to take the high road and become the bigger man and all that positive ish, but there is a much bigger issue there. When it comes to Black fathers, especially in the entertainment, that needs to be addressed. I believe there is a serious discussion that needs to be had, and a part of me truly feels like our story is one to begin the conversation that will lead to healing a lot of young men and women with abandonment issues. It's our time to tell our side of the story. And then the sister chimes in. I don't know if y'all remember, but then the sister chimes in. But I don't have that one. Now we're going to get to, what did I do with it? I wanted to get to 50 Cent, Mr. 50, and show you the same scenario. It's all the same scenario. The same scenario. The same scenario. That is the same scenario with 50 Cent. We could do this all day. And people blame the kids. And they call the kids entitled. They say these kids are grown and they don't deserve nothing. But when you put that good life up on social media, what do you want them to do? What do you want them to do? They never bonded with these kids. So don't figure I finished my child support. You on your own. You on your own. Now this is 50 Cent, which we did this before on my other channel. We've had a good conversation about this, but I just want y'all to see it's the same as scenario.
Now, I'm going to ask you your opinion on this. I can't get a consensus from people about whether or not 6ix9ine is going to be able to be successful as a rapper after everything that he did.
I think he will be.
You think he will be successful?
Yeah.
You think that enough people, you think Tekashi 6ix9ine will be successful?
No, She-Bear, he wasn't there.
And the reason
Brian
being
McKnight wasn't
the
there.
guys that actually
No.
Look, lifestyle, the way they grew up, right? One second.
No. Brian McKnight was not there. Only in the beginning, because he was raised religious. Matter of fact, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you where he said, oh, how he never loved their mother, and he was forced to marry their mother. And he was, remember, he wasn't famous when he first was with her. Once he started getting famous, he wasn't there, and all he did was cheat on that woman. He cheated and had outside babies. So he is just the same. He is just the same. He was in there just enough to show face. But just like Kirk Franklin family, when now you got this new family, they didn't have it. And his son was like, you abandoned his son said it in the letter. You abandoning us. And now I have to see you with your stepkids living a life we never had. They never had it. And his sons are very tight. His sons got some pipes on him. That's because his sons could sing and he wanted to show face. He wanted to show face. And you got to remember, if you were able to see your kids a couple of times, I'm quite sure Kirk Franklin had some type of visitation rights with the son. I'm going to find that video. I can't show that video. I forgot. That will be a definite strike. That's not a YouTube interview. That's a TV interview. But he said out of his own mouth. He did not love that lady. He was forced to marry her, and he thought that she was going to get a AB. She never got the AB, so now he was stuck with the kid. That came out of his own mouth. Y'all got to check that video out. I think it's on either Netflix or one of them shows. And I'm like, why would you say that to the public? Why would you got, that's somebody's mother you're talking about. And he also said how his father, Brian McKnight, also said how his father never loved his mother. Again, same scenario. You took your childhood and transferred it over to your kids. He said the best thing that ever happened is when they got divorced. And then he became his father. No, I'm telling you, this is a recent video, She-Bay. This is coming out of Brian McKnight's mouth. Yeah, I seen them singing with the kids. But that doesn't mean he bonded with his kids. That doesn't mean he did stuff with his kids. That because we seen him do a couple of things with his kids, that don't mean he was a good dad. You couldn't have been a good dad if you was out there making more babies and you had concerts, you had tours, you had the studio, and you never loved that lady. She was left home a lot with them kids. That because you see a couple of appearances, it doesn't make a son. The son wrote that. The son said we were abandoned. The son said you were never there for us. The son said you left us. This is what the son said. So obviously, we only saw a glimpse. We only saw a little bit. The son spoke for himself. He said that about the first. He said, hey, Shot for God. He said the same thing about the two kids' mother. About the first sons. He said he was trapped. He said he never loved a woman until he got with his wife that he has now. He said the same. I wish I could show you guys that, but that is definitely a strike. That was definitely strike this page because that's on a network. That's not a YouTube interview. That's a network interview. But go check out that interview. Go check out that interview. You'll see it for yourself. But according to what his son said, why would his son say they was abandoned? Why would his son say he was never there for them? I showed you guys the letter. I'll show you again. We'll see. We'll see. I like I said, the son speaks for himself. We're not there. We're not there. If they say they abandonment, they say they abandonment. They said their father wasn't there for them. We can't say they're lying. We cannot.
Brian McKnight Jr. put his famous father on blast a few years ago for abandoning his children. Now BJ is back at it, and this time he is urging people to stop supporting his dad and following him on social media. When it comes to my father, the proof is in the pudding. Brian Jr. posted on Wednesday, February 10th, without detailing the family issue, per a showbiz. If there's still people out there wasting their breath, putting us down for speaking our truth, challenge them to question how they think they know our father better than us. LOL. You know his body of work. We came from his actual nuts. Brian Jr. went on to say that he used to defend his family from haters, but now not so much. Check out his IG post below. Back in the day, I'd say, come for my family, I'll end you. These days, I pay no attention to the negativity and ignorance from people who are merely fans, using their own narrowed view of life as a foundation for their ill-drawn conclusions. He continued, adding, all love, hoping that healing comes on all sides. McKnight shares Brian Jr. with his ex-wife, Julie McKnight. He's currently married to Dr. Delaney Malia Mendoza, whom he wed in December 2017. They have no children together. Back in 2019, Brian Jr. publicly blasted his father for abandoning his children and his grandchildren. I can't imagine abandoning my children, man. It's hard not to imagine the psyche of a man who can truly just turn his back on his actual sons, on his actual blood and creations. It's mind-boggling to me. He wrote in since deleted Instagram post, I don't think there is any situation that merits the way my father has chosen to treat my brother, my sisters, and his grandchildren, one of which being his firstborn son, who also bears our name. He continued, it breaks my heart, but not for myself specifically, for my siblings and my children. They don't deserve this at all, not open bit. And I'm not letting shit slide, not for 1 second. I try my best to take the high road and be the bigger man and all that positive shit. But there is a much bigger issue here when it comes to black fathers, especially in entertainment, that need to be addressed. His sister Brianna co-signed his claims on her own Instagram page, writing, "Daddy's little girl was never really a thing for me. Nobody understands what I've been through except for my siblings. Believe it or not, I'm not always the person I seem to be. I'm not always happy, and most of the time I'm back."
Brian was there, but not there. Financial and love is two different things. And I've heard this come out of Brian McKnight's mouth myself. He just did an interview like last month, and he let it be known he ain't never loved no woman. He let it be known he was not there. This came out of his own mouth. A couple of public appearances don't make you a great dad. Because you paid for them financially doesn't make you a great dad. Again, when I showed you the video of the life he got with his stepkids, they did not have that love. They didn't have it. He may have had them. He may have been around them. He may have supported them, but it wasn't happy. It wasn't happy. They weren't happy. They didn't feel none of that love, or it would have been no reason for them to get jealous of that lady kitten. If they had the same love, it wouldn't have triggered them when they seen them stepkids getting all that love. Why would they have got triggered? They got triggered. They got triggered. They should compensate though. Money helps, especially when you're buying. It's not about the money. They got triggered. They got triggered because they didn't have that with their dad. They didn't have that. They didn't have the trips. They all didn't dress up in the same pajamas. They didn't go on trips together. They didn't do a lot of things. So now you on social media showing all the good things that you do with your new family. It triggered them. They didn't get triggered for no reason. You know, they are grown and they do have to deal with it. They have to come to terms with it. But that doesn't mean the chickens are not going to come home to roost. That doesn't mean the chickens is not going to come home to roost. These are the seeds that the parents planted. That's how you can tell how you raise your kids, by the seeds. What fruit bears from the seeds that you planted. Should they go off on their own? Yes. Should life go on? Yes. But when you got so much resentment built up in you, it has to come out. It has to come out. Should they seek therapy? I never said he was there. I got you. My point was he. Now, I don't know about the spoiler part and made them lazy and self-entitled first. But you got to remember, in the beginning, he didn't have that money. He didn't have, all he paid was child support, and that was it. And Kirk paid child support too, and that was it. But I get what you're saying, Shebe. He still was there more than Kirk Franklin. Kirk Franklin ain't got nothing to show. That part is true. But I'm just speaking upon what they're saying. I wasn't there. I don't know. I'm going by what the son said. The son said, he put it out there, we were abandoned. That's what the son said. Now, if Kirk would have came back, if Brian would have came back and said, you were never, Brian McKnight spoke upon financial. He said, I've given you money. I paid for your apartment. I did this for you. I did that for you. You never heard him say, I love all my kids. I was there for all my kids. See how the dynamics change? Look at what Kirk says. Kirk speaks upon doing things for them financially. He didn't say, I love all my kids. He didn't say, I did this with you, I did that with you. He didn't have none of that to say. So he's doing the financial part. These kids are hurting. It does, and even if it's grown and you're not taking care of them no more, these kids are saying, hey, I still need your love. I may be grown, but I want a relationship with my dad. I'm grown. Does that mean I'm not supposed to have a relationship with you? I didn't ask you for support. What I'm saying is, what happened to our relationship? That's what these grown kids want to know. I'm supposed to be pushed aside because I'm grown. Does that mean we don't have a relationship no more? Because you have a new family? Does it make it right? Does it make it wrong? I don't know. This is just how these kids are thinking. This is what we see. This is what we see. These grown kids are now speaking out. What about him being a father and teacher and guiding them early? But it's not about the money, Tiffany. It's not about the money. When somebody is triggered and they lashing out like that as a grown person, when they lashing out like that, they in their mind, they felt neglected because what they see on social media, they see a father that is so happy and they weren't part of the happiness. They're not included in the happiness. Even Quincy had to go through the same thing with Albie Shore. So Quincy is about the only kid that lucked out. Quincy is the only one that lucked out, and Puff Daddy took over being his father. But not too many kids lucked out and got a Puff Daddy as a father. Albie Shore was not there for Quincy. Albie Shore was not there. And Albie Shore cheated on Quincy's mother, and then she ended up going to Puff Daddy. And up until he got grown, he had everything he wanted from Puff Daddy. Everything he wanted, he got from Puff Daddy, including love. And he still reached out to Albie Shore and wrote his father a letter stating that how he was treated, how he felt. So that go to show you, regardless of how much money you have, and Quincy got money because he got all Puff, that's Puff Daddy's son. But he still longed for the love of his father, the love from his father. So it's not about the money. And Quincy, I'm glad him and his father rekindled. I'm glad his father read that letter and rekindled that relationship. But they didn't have a relationship neither. Now Quincy can call both of them dad. I was not clear. What I meant to say was, if he had been a good father, money would never happen. Exactly. Brian did speak on his neglect, just like he made no secret about how he feels about the daughter. He feels he said he was trapped with both of them, with the son too. He said the mother was supposed to go get an AB, but the mother never went. The mother never got an AB, but he thought that she did. And then being that his family was, I don't know if they were Jehovah's Witness or wherever, but because of the religion, he got married just because of the religion. I tell you, the interview is out there. The interview is out there. But any way you put it, we're just discussing it. These kids are lashing out. Even if you forget about what we're saying, these kids are lashing out for a reason. These kids are lashing out. These grown adults, I keep saying kids, these grown adults is lashing out for a reason. They're still stuck in their childhood for a reason. These fathers or mothers, it depends on who did the neglecting. They have to fix it. These kids are lashing out for a reason. Even if we say, hey, they entitled, hey, you shouldn't talk. We can say whatever we want to say. We are not there. We were not there. We don't know. But we do know that as these kids are lashing out. The same way, what's her name? Lauryn Hill. Her daughter lashed out on her mother and her father. Her mother lashed out. What's her name? Sailor Marley. She lashed out too. And she's an adult. And she went in on Lauryn Hill. She went in on her father. It's a reason why they're lashing out on social media. Who saw that when Sailor lashed out? And then, but at least Lauryn Hill said, you know what? If that's how my daughter felt, I'm gonna make it better. But I'm gonna give her the chance to say what she has to say. That's the same thing Sean Davies said. The same thing Sean Davies said. You got to listen to these kids. Listen. You have to listen to these kids. Then maybe it would not have been taken to social media. They didn't just start lashing out. It's not, I don't think it's about work. I think that they didn't feel loved. I think they just feel like they don't feel loved. They didn't feel loved. They didn't feel loved. Because if you felt loved, you wouldn't go through all that. If you felt loved, you wouldn't go through all that. And again, if they grown men and you got all that money, why only when it comes down to black people, you still telling them, well, you need to, yeah, they need to work. But why he got to work at a $15 hour job? Why you don't put him in your business? Why you didn't set something up where he making real money? You just want him to have a regular job? Come on. Come on now. Like I said, we're not there. No one knows the hell a child is going through. Exactly. They ain't lash out for no reason. Not feeling Sean is real. They felt left out. Yeah, they feel left out. But sometimes that happens because a lot of these are the first set of kids. A lot of these are the first set of kids. That's when you probably had them when you was like 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. You know, you had them when you were young, dumb, and full of, you know, the next sentences, right? That means you didn't love their mother. So now you have people, you got some mothers that to their older kids, they treated their older kids a certain way. And then as they got older and mature, the younger kids see a better mother. Same mother. They just had them at different stages in their lives. So the older kid is now out there acting the fool, and the younger kid is trying to figure out why is, they got the same mother, but they're trying to figure out why you out there smoking, or why you out there drinking, or why you out there doing drugs, and why you don't listen to mom, because you had the same mother, but you had two different mothers at two different times of her life. You got some kids that The older kids, the mother wasn't saved. The mother wasn't going to church. And now all of a sudden, the mother got saved. The mother's going to church. The mother's living a different life. So the children that she had then is going to see a different mother. Or see, a lot of times that plays a role in your relationship is maturity. Sometimes maturity plays, I mean, like I said, we all know that part of the story, but we don't know about the childhood. We wasn't there during his childhood. You know, I know that part. You're 100% correct. But what we don't know is what happened when he was young and how he was treated. And did he feel loved or not? That part we don't know. We don't know. But like I said, that could play a part of maturity. Back then, Brian was less mature. He wanted women. He was a lover's man. He was Mr. Lover, man. He was a lover. He loved his women. Brian knew he was young. Brian knew he looked good. And Brian had no problem getting the women. And he could sing to them. And he gets to sing. Shit. Man, that'd be the best fling ever. So Brian leased him an apartment. Yes, I know. This was all when he got older, She-Bay. I got you, sweetie. I got exactly what you're saying. Hey, Ashley, how you doing, love?
Good, love. How are you today?
I am good. I'm gonna let you take it. What I'm saying is, we still don't know the childhood. This is him as an adult. He wasn't smoking weed as a 4-year-old, a 5-year-old, or a 6-year-old, or a 7. He wasn't smoking weed then. What I'm saying is sometimes maturity plays a part on how you parent.
Absolutely.
And then you gotta remember, it's the same trend with Kirk Franklin's son, Brian McKnight's son, Lauryn Hill's daughter, 50 Cent's son, and it's more that you can name. But what's your take on it, sweetie?
I just think a lot of these celebrities started out, when they were younger. So a lot of the older kids, they didn't reap the benefits as the step
Right.
kids. And once they made it to where they wanted to be, it's like they left their past behind. And in the process of that, it's like everybody have a story. 50 Cent wasn't as close to his baby mama from his oldest son as he is to the other kids. Okay, I understand that, but that's no excuse for that boy that looks just like you to feel neglected. And the beef you have with her, that shouldn't be personal with your son. If you really loved your son, you should have pulled him aside and had that connection with him. So whatever his mother felt between you and her, it wouldn't interfere with that relationship with your son. He had a party when it was the end of the child support. Do you understand how that probably made that boy feel?
Right, who had a party? Oh, 50
Cent threw a party the last day of
yeah.
paying child support. So all these kids wasn't able to reap the benefits as the other kids that's coming along the way. So unfortunately, it's like they didn't get the best child support. They didn't get to go to the best schools. They didn't get a brand new car for their sweet 16. So a lot of them does have animosity, and it's like their parents just move on and forget all about it. And I understand, Brian Knight, you said, what, with your first child, it was a mistake. You thought she took a plan B. Okay, now you want to say that
Did you see that?
I heard a little bit about it. But
that's what I was saying.
That has to be here. You get what I'm saying?
Thank you.
They still here.
I just watched it. It was on either Netflix or one of them channels. And like the first episode, they did Ralph from New Edition, and the second episode was Brian McKnight. And these little words, this came out of his mouth. I just can't show that because that's a TV interview. I would definitely get a strike for that. This is not a YouTube interview.
Felt listening to that.
And saying I never loved their mother.
Yes. So you never loved your child.
He said, I never felt love until I got with my wife.
And that was deep. And at the same time, you went on ahead and you married this lady and y'all made another baby. Whatever you
No,
felt
he
for
ain't
her.
got no kids from her.
Oh, he just got
that,
one?
The only kids he got is the ones he had outside of her. The kids got caught up. The kids got triggered when they seen the happy life. But what I'm saying is that I think it's maturity, because he was immature when he had the younger set of kids. And now he's mature. Remember, Brian McKnight is a handsome man.
Yeah,
and he could sing. So he was out there.
Worded.
What I'm saying was he was young doing his thing when he was younger.
Right.
Now he finished playing and he found the woman to be with. So he's happy.
That's understandable. But in the midst of him being happy along that way, those kids felt neglected. It's okay to express your happiness, but when you put something out there like that, bad enough you didn't have that relationship with those kids for them to understand that you might have not loved my mom, but at least you was a good dad. You didn't love my mom, so you felt detached from us. We didn't have that relationship, obviously, because you didn't love my mom. Now you love my stepmom, and you're going to have a great relationship with these kids and more than likely pay for them to go to college. So how do you think these kids are looking at it?
And then you got to remember, Ashley, and people fail to realize, and a lot of men fail to realize this, as they talking about these baby mamas, these kids are in the house with their mothers. They see their mother struggle. They see their mother tears. They see their mother hurt. They see their mother pain. They see all the things that they have to go through. Some of these kids, they also see that their mother kind of, depending on how much you look like daddy, they realize they're not treated the best because I look just like my father. Right. So because I look like you and my mother don't like, this is how I was treated. You know, sometimes mothers be wrong too. We're not going to make it seem like it's all good, but they realize this all stems from daddy. We don't know what his kids experience, his two sons and his daughter experience, because Brian was out there doing him. We're not going to take a couple of public appearances and think that he's a good dad, because why would his son write that? Why would his son say we was abandoned? Why would his son say you didn't do us like that? Why would his son lie? Why would all three kids lie? That's what I'm saying. You had not one, but not two, but all three kids lie. And he did the daughter. This is the daughter he had on the mother. It's to the point that they bonded with their sister because the father wasn't there for none of them.
Wow. And imagine, just for example, all these kids, and I don't want to make it like it's a black thing, but a majority of this is black thing. A lot of white families come from structure and they stay with the people that they've been with. Or if they move along in their relationship, they make sure they continue to have those relationships with their kids. And it's more so, you may not like the mother, but you don't have to diss on her like that. You knew who she was before you laid down with her. And the women is just as wrong as they are, don't get me wrong. But you knew the type of mind frame and what kind of woman this lady was before you choose to have a child with her. Now that this child is here, you want to forget about this child. You know the struggles you had as a black man. So now this child can see his daddy TV show on, his daddy on TV, see his daddy new car, see his daddy treating his new girlfriend to stuff. But yeah, he can't call his daddy for a pair of Jordans. Or now that child support is out, he know for sure he can't call. If his tire went on flat, he couldn't depend on his own father. He couldn't even go work with his daddy on the set. His daddy didn't even set him up so he could have his own little thing, doing his own, making his own money. And that's just it's just bad. Everything that goes into this, even Steve Harvey daughters, his older daughters, and they see Lori Harvey done adopted his last name. Now we hear Steve Harvey daughter, Steve Harvey daughter. What about the real daughters from the first marriage? We never hear about
twins. Exactly. And We don't even hear about the son that he took from the. We don't even hear nothing about the son that he took from the wife.
Exactly.
What? And then with Kirk Frank, as I'm saying, these kids are. What these kids is doing is they're triggered. Something triggered. But like I said, I think maturity plays a big part in this. Maturity plays, but maturity should also lead you back to the kids you left. The same way maturity left you to be happy, maturity left you to be a good person now in your life. Maturity should also lead you back to fix what you did. Even if he gave his sons everything, Brian McKnight, something he did not give them that they're triggered, he need to find out, hey, what didn't I give you? Because remember, the kids sat there and they went, I'm telling you, them kids went crazy. Them kids went and tore the house up. Everything that was containing that was happy of the new wife, they went by how their mother was treated. They went and tore the house up. They tore them. Everything that the wedding stuff from he got, they tore it up. So they can't be this mad for no reason. And it's got nothing to do with money. They tore it up. They tore it up. I should have showed that part. They went tore that house up. Brian was like they tore the house up. I was like, God, they was really upset, huh? Brian, you need to fix that. But that's not just a celebrity thing. I do these subjects because it's a real life thing. This is what we see all the time. All the time. You know, the first set of kids get treated like ish. And then being that they get 18 years go by quicker than what you think it go by. Believe me. People think 18 years. That go by real quick. Hi, Rashida. I can personally relate to this coming from the Black community. Me and my mother have a strong relationship because I do not understand how you can preach God's word 1 minute and cuss me out the next. But he's still human. This seems very common with celebrity children. Some men just ain't ish. Money can't fix broken ways. Exactly. But like I said, but did you see the one with Kirk Franklin, Ashley? Ashley? I can't hear you, Mama. We can't hear you. You unmuted, but we can't hear you. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah. How do you feel about the thing with Kirk Franklin and his son? And then the daughter stepping in like she about that life.
I think it's terrible it had to come to social media, but I believe a lot of this stuff behind the scenes, it escalated to that point. Like maybe he been reaching out to his daddy, maybe he been trying to get his dad attention, and it finally boiled over and he wanted to expose his daddy to let everybody know who his daddy really was. Because a lot of these
That's
people rap about certain things and they preach about certain things, but behind closed doors, we don't know. They could be a woman beater. He could be telling us about God, but he's not holy. He don't preach that in his home. So that was his some way of letting us see exactly who he was. And when a lot of people do that, it goes under the rug. We speak about it for 3 weeks, and then Kirk Franklin put a song out in a month. And next thing you know, everybody back loving it. You get what I'm saying? It's just, it's always one thing after another. I think someone should invite this boy on a panel and give him a chance to express himself and see exactly what's going on. I think a lot of these kids should have the opportunity for their voice to be heard. We don't hear it. We hear it for a second and then it's just brushed away.
Now I'm gonna go back to the video with of Kirk Franklin's cursing his son out. I'm gonna go back there and let you see what was said. I'm gonna play that again. Here we go. Let me share that right now so you guys can hear it again because it's so short, so it's okay.
Okay, if you think I'm ready to strip, let me say it like this. When your bitch ass starts telling you shit you need to get your skinny motherfucking ass back out the goddamn way before I put my foot in your ass. Because I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. Shut the fuck up. I'm old. I did it.
He said, with your poor ass. Come on now, Frank. Come on. Come on. I mean, Frank, Kirk. Come on now, Kirk.
Many of you know I have an older son named Carrion Franklin. In May, he'll be 33. For many years, we have had a toxic relationship with him as a family. We've tried for many years through counseling, through therapy, to try to rectify this private family matter. Recently, my son and I had an argument that he chose to record. I felt extremely disrespected in that conversation, and I lost my temper. And I said words that are not appropriate. And I'm sincerely sorry to all of you. I sincerely apologize. I want you to know as a father that during that conversation, I called the family therapist and got that therapist on the phone to try to help. He never played that part of the recording. I'm not perfect. I'm human and I'm going to make mistakes and I'm trying to get it right. Please keep me and my family in your prayers.
Welcome to the palace.
Now, Kirk Franklin had this son when he was like 17 or 18, 16, 17 or 18 years old. So he was a teenager when he had this son. So you know he did not reap none of the benefits. So for people who saying that he's entitled, he was not entitled. Kirk Franklin was still running the street doing him. But what you got to say about how Kirk Franklin cursed his son out?
My opinion is whether you a man of God, you're going to be a man of God on TV, man of God on the phone, man of God in your household. My father is a pastor. He has never, ever raised his voice to the extent to get his point across like that. I'm not going to give him no excuse or no way out and say, oh, he was just upset in the heat of the moment. You should remain calm and practice that with your son at all times. And maybe you could have got somewhere with the conversation. You could have got upset. You could have invited him over there. But for you to call him poor, for one, when you know that probably hurt him, that's probably been an issue in you guys' relationship, a money matter. So you throwing that up in his face. And for 2, you're threatening him. And you were so upset to where you were yelling so loud and so angry. How did you try to call a family therapist after that? I don't believe that. Because you would have been calm down, son, chill out. We could talk about this. I'm going to get the therapist on the phone. That should have been your first
They
reaction
claim it was
before you went off.
TD Jakes, sis. They claimed the son came back with a rebuttal. I'm gonna play that for you now. So then you get another better understanding.
Okay, because that video was to clear his image up. I saw right through it, licking the lips and everything. Whatever, Kirk. We don't believe you.
And then called him Paul. I was like, damn. I believe in nepotism. I'm sorry. I believe if you got money, your kids should got money. I'm sorry that. And then how do you be rich all your life? I'm just saying, if these kids are entitled, it ain't like you poor where you teach your kids how to work. You would have to install that in them when they was young. But no, you had them nannies. You gave them nannies. You had them get tutors. They had good schools. So now that they grown and things are not going your way, now they're grown, you just throw them away. You can't. That's even down to 50 Cent's son. They're entitled because you brought them up. You have to keep them the way you always had them because you never taught them how to work.
Thank you. You should put your kids in a position to where they know how to earn money. You open up a store, they run in that store, they the manager. You got something going for your kids to where something happened to you today or tomorrow, your kids is straight. But instead, your kids basically, what you telling me, they've been mooching off of you, asking you for stuff, and you turning them down here and there. And now that he reached this boiling point to the age of 33 years old, you don't know how to pull him aside and talk to him like a man. Like one of your viewers said, it sounds like that's how he talks to his son on a regular. That's exactly what that sounded like.
Did you hear the laughing in the background, sis?
Yeah.
Did you hear?
Yeah.
Did you hear the laughing in the background?
Yes. And the worst thing you could ever do, what my dad told me when I talked to my son, he said, Ashley, the worst thing you could ever do when you talk to a boy is don't ever demean them in any kind of way. Don't ever let them feel low. Don't get me wrong. I wasn't doing it, but he was just telling me the do's and the don'ts. And what Kirk Franklin has done to his son is demean that boy as a young man. How is he supposed to feel good about himself when his daddy feel like he's trash? And he's talking to him like he's another man off the street. That's your father. That's your son. Have a heart-to-heart with your son. Invite your son over to the house. We don't need to argue about this over the phone, son. Let's talk about this in person. You talking about put up his butt? You know, us people in our society, because we're so expressive and we're so emotional. And we think about ourselves like, for example, when we get into it with regular people, sometimes we get out of character. So we give everybody the excuse to say that was okay. He was in his emotions. That's how he expressed himself. No, that's never okay, to be honest. No one should talk to their child like that. If you do, maybe you need to seek counseling or a therapist. As parents, we get frustrated and we get caught in our emotions. But our children are a reflection of us. And you being a man of God, you stepped way out of line. That was terrible to me.
Okay, you're gonna hear the next part. Okay, Keita says the daughter sounded like a spoiled brat. Yes, she did. She act like she was about that life. But that go to show you that by the daughter making that comment, that go to show you that that boy was never part of the family. Because even she said, blood don't make you family. And how are people judging Kirk's son for recording the convo as if the sister didn't say, okay, we got recordings too? Hey, Rocky, another broken black man. Exactly. I'm not turning my children away. Okay, and this we're going to listen to what the clap back.
or better known as Kerryon Rashad on social media, is one of mega gospel superstars. Has accused his gospel singing father in conversation between him and his father up on social proof.
Okay, if you think I'm really good, let me say it like this. When you start having respect for disrespectful, you need to get your skinny back out the goddamn way before I put my foot in your. I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. Shut the fuck up. I'm old. I will break your neck if you ever disrespect me. I did it. I'll break your neck. Is that a threat? He just hung up the phone.
Okay, guys, so that viral phone recording between Kirk Franklin and his son, Kerryon Franklin, was released yesterday by Kerryon via social media on March 13th, 2021. And as of this morning, on March 14th, 2021, his father, Kirk Franklin, actually took to his social media to issue an apology for his behavior and his choice of words.
Many of you know I have an older son named Kerryon Franklin. In May, he'll be 33. For many years, we have had a toxic relationship with him as a family. We've tried for many years through counseling, through therapy, to try to rectify this private family matter. Recently, my son and I had an argument that he chose to record. I felt extremely disrespected in that conversation, and I lost my temper. And I said words that are not appropriate. I'm sincerely sorry to all of you. I sincerely apologize. I want you to know as a father that during that conversation, I called the family therapist and got that therapist on the phone to try to help. He never played that part of
Should have been did this since he was young, but whatever.
I'm human and I'm going to make mistakes and I'm trying to get it right. Please keep me and my family in your prayers.
Whatever, man.
This whole post on his page is cap. He ain't been consistent with going to counseling. We can verify that. He won't even speak to TD Jakes again. TD Jakes was on that phone call. He didn't tell y'all that part. Get Jakes back on the phone.
He apologized to his fans only and not me. That's why I'm done. His entire story is cap.
He told me on the phone that he was recording because he don't trust me. So ask him to post it. Ask him to post the whole thing.
He says, I go to sleep every night with no love from my own people, just years of comments and carelessness. I'm done reaching out and getting treated like a random on the streets. You want me to go back to my dad and he's not accepting to be in my life. Wake up. There is no relationship to damage. There is no private matter. Just a family treating me however they choose.
He said, repeated back what he said. I never cussed in the video. Where did I cuss in the video? I never cussed in the video. I repeated back what he said. He said, shut the up with your poor ass. And I repeated those words. I never said anything. I never cussed at him.
All right, sound off on that, sis.
To be honest, it sounds like Kirk got female characteristics. What man, said he gonna stick his foot, and then his face up there looked like he had on some pink lipstick. So I'm kind of thrown off a little bit. But you can just tell this boy has felt like a black sheep for years. He didn't feel that love from his father. No way he would have recorded him, and no way his dad would have been so comfortable talking to him like that. It's bull crap, and it's going to go on for a while. And then Kirk Franklin, like I said, he put out his little storyline. He's sorry, and then it's going to get swept under the rug. That's why I am happy that you bringing awareness to this.
And then, like I told people before, people got to see how good his life is with his new set of kids and with his new wife, his new set of kids. And I'm like, and the way they caping for him, I mean, they caping for him because you was a good dad to him. He didn't get that. He got the 17-year-old dad. Y'all got the grown dad. Y'all need to mind your business. Y'all ain't got nothing to do. That's still your brother. Mind your business. You coming up. I've never seen his daughter ever because she is not in my circle. She's a younger kid. She's not my peer. So why all of a sudden I see his daughter? Y'all remember his addiction. He's a freak. Yeah, but I mean, we all still human. But what I'm saying is that this is something that needs to be addressed in the Black community, and we got to stop letting these men scapegoat these men for exactly.
We watch their shows, we support them, we listen to their music. But the main thing that needs to be addressed is people characteristics. When you apply for a job, us in the real world, best believe they go through your Facebook. They ask you questions personally to see what type of person you are. If you put in those kind of situations, what would you do? Before I support somebody from our Black community, you have to think about, are they supporting their own people? That's the real question. If they turn their back on their own child, what make you think they have love for you or our community or anything they doing? You know,
and then you know what killed me? Even when they spoke upon 50 Cent's son, right? Same rule apply. All these kids are entitled. I'm like, yeah. Well, this time they need to go get their own job, they're their own man. What if I got a damn near billionaire damn father? That man got like 20 shows coming out. 20 shows coming out. He don't gotta make music no time soon. And then you got Kirk Franklin. He got like 50 damn artists. He goes all around the world. What type of job you expect them to get? And then you can say, well, they could go to school. Yeah, they could go to school, but you cut them off at 18 years old. A lot of them rich kids, their parents still it's not about child support for them. They're still taking care of their kids. Matter of fact, you got them white chicks went to jail. They went to jail to make sure their kids got into them Ivy League schools. Exactly. Are you kidding me? What is it, Felicity something and Aunt Becky or Aunt whatever the hell? You had them white women went to. So you telling us when it comes down to the Black kids is let them make it the best way they can. But when it comes down to the white kids, they telling you, I will go to jail for I'm going to jail for we can say what we want, but that go to show the difference. We got to do better.
Absolutely. And we have to worry about the people that we're supporting, we're allowing our kids to listen to, and where our money is going, because it's not apparently going back into the Black community. And that's an important thing that we all need to think about. Even it trickles down back to the Kobe Bryant situation. Think about this. Kobe Bryant turned his back on his parents. They said it was because he had a problem with Vanessa. No, maybe his parents tried to stop him from getting bribed to marry this 17-year-old girl from going to jail. I couldn't say that enough.
Maybe
that's what the problem was. And the difference between that situation and now, when you think about it, okay, all that money Kobe made, all those years, none of that money is going to come back into the Black community. Vanessa still took care of her parents, but yet Kobe was told to turn the blind eye to his parents, and he allowed that to go on. He cut his parents off at an early age in his career, while Vanessa's mom still collected her alimony from her ex-husband, who came out and said she was a gold digger. But Kobe Bryant turned his back on his parents, and now this man is gone. And you think about
now
all
she's
the
suing
practices. Exactly. And think about all the practices that his mom got up and took him to when she didn't feel like it. Other daddy, when his knees was aching and hurt, and he got outside for hours and played with Kobe. That didn't mean anything to him once he made it to where he made it. And now, like you said, Vanessa mama is suing her daughter because she feels like she's obligated to that money. And she had the nerve to let the world know. Kobe said he was going to take care of me until I died. But his parents sitting over there without a dime. And then everybody's still rallying behind Vanessa. Tell me how this makes sense. Like our community is brainwashed to capitalize on the exotic looking women, certain cultures, certain things these people put out here. What about supporting one another? What about supporting the people that stand behind us? The real people that stand behind us that haven't sold out.
Preach it,
And I'm not
sister.
talking about the Steve Harveys, the 50 Cents, and the P. Diddy's and all of them. The people that's with the same wife. What about Denzel Washington? And people like that. He with the same woman. Even Morris Chestnut.
And what you call it too? The terrible mouth.
Who you say, hon? I'm sorry.
The guy who got the terrible mouth. We always be marking. He's still with the same woman too.
Exactly.
What is his name? What's his name?
You said the terrible mouth.
His mouth terrible. He was in a lot of he got the glasses. He was in I remember he played that damn crackhead. He played a lot. He played 50 million
Dave
movies.
Chappelle. No, not Dave Chappelle.
No.
No. He sold. I'm trying
What
to think
is his? How can I not? He's an older guy. He's an older
Chris
guy.
Rock?
No, he's older than Chris Rock. Something Samuels. Oh my God.
Samuel Jackson.
Every time Samuel Jackson, yes. Even he got the same wife.
Exactly. And those are the people, if they put out stuff that we should support and be behind. But instead, we watch their shows and we turn a blind eye. And we allow them to think all these type of behaviors and things is okay. 50 Cent going back and forth with his teenage son online, that wasn't cute to me. That broke my heart because I felt for that child. And then 50 Cent turn around with all his other kids and take a picture, biracial baby mama smiling and all this stuff. I don't think that they understand the mind frame that does to these men. And then we put them back out here in the community and they half raised, not even raised by their father. And we expect them to be a man. We expect them to teach another boy how to be a man when they wasn't taught that. And it's not always about money. It's about love.
My thing is, you so rich, right? You didn't put in the time with your kids. How do you push them? It's like you got them on a ledge. For some of them, I'm going to push you up the ledge. You better fly. I'm like, no, you haven't given them the wings to fly because you already rich and you're not there. So that is what they are accustomed to. People like, well, they need to get a job. What type of job do you want them to get? A regular 9 to 5? They wasn't born as 9 to 5 people. And then they see their peers. That's just like they see everything Puff Daddy do for their kids. They see everything Will and Jada do for their kids. And they see all the generational money that's passed down. And when they get to me, you tell me to get a 9 to 5. What type of shit is that? Like, well, hold up. Why you got just as much? You damn near up there with Puff Daddy. Why I gotta get a 9 to 5? You never taught me. You never even taught me how to get a 9 to 5. You can't expect me to go to the best colleges because you cut me off.
Exactly. And the most craziest thing is that's why so many Caucasian and other cultures have so much generational wealth, because they pass that into their families, into the generations to come. Where we mess up at is we live for the moment. We don't pass anything along. Something should have been passed to 50 Cent oldest son so it could have stayed. But instead, he's out here spending money on this kid, that kid.
We lost you again.
Can you hear me now?
We got you, baby.
How can we, like you said, expect these kids to go off into regular society and
we lost you again? And they're not regular kids. We lost your sound. You got to go out and come back in, mama. You got to go out and come back in. When you're a narcissist that's empowered, like the stickler Franklin is, everybody's always going to judge the sign or judge the child and not the parent, and have a problem with that because someone enlightened me. My thing is this: people like to blame the kids. People like to blame the baby mother. People like to blame the baby father. You'll find out who's to blame when you get old. When you get old, you'll know who that kid helped. You will know who that kid will help. You got some people that get old, their kids is there with them every step of the way. You'll know the same relationship you gave your kids. When you get old, they're going to give it to you. They're going to give you the same type of relationship. So if you was there for your kids every step of the way growing up, all the doctor's appointments and all of these things, when time for you to go to the doctor and have all these doctor's appointments, and if you was a bad parent, you're going to be doing a lot of things by yourself, because them kids going to go on into their own life. If you're a good parent, you'll see the fruits. You'll see the fruits of your seeds. You can judge whatever you see, whatever you planted. You'll see the fruit, that you're going to bear the fruit. That fruit will tell you what type of parent you are. You can want to blame anybody who you want to blame. To me, this is just toxic behavior at its finest, bringing a little bit of Jesus sprinkled on it. Okay. But it's up to the parent. Some kids take it in their own hands and they go find a father, or they'll go find their mother, because they want answers. They want answers. But it is the parent's job, because you brought that kid into this earth. You did that. It's not their job to look for you. It's not their job to fill their brokenness. It's your job. It's your job. It's your job. Even if you want to say the baby mother ain't, it's still your job. Even if it's to tell your side of the story, it's your job. It's not your job to spend your life, the rest of your life, bashing your baby mother. A child on 18 years go by really quick. Just like 50 Cent and everybody else can say they mother, no, your kids are grown now. You have time enough to state your side of the story. You got time now. You back, boo?
Yep, I'm back, love.
Uh-huh. Now, what you were saying before your mic went out?
It's just a lot of people set their kids into a position to where they will be guaranteed to be comfortable, to where they can run their family business, keep that wealth coming in. And we, as a Black community, we buy things where they look at us like we crazy. We flash money around and we don't support our own people. We rather go to the Dominicans instead of go to a Black-owned hair beauty supply in the hood. You know, we got to support the real and not the phonies. You know, that's
just
how I
like
feel.
That's like Denzel Washington. His son said, "Oh, I didn't want to use my last name because I didn't want nobody to know. I wanted to be known for my own achievement and not my father." That may have been true for us, but that's not true for the people in the business. They know who you are. Stop playing. Stop playing. Stop playing. You ain't get them roles because you walked off the street. They know who you are. We may not know who you was. So you want the people to see you not as Denzel Washington's son, but the people in the business know you Denzel Washington's son. You know? So even if it's a thing that you don't do for your kids no more, you connect them to where they need to be. You connect them to a job. That's your job when you're rich. Then you make them work. Putting a kid up in an apartment doesn't help them. Paying their rent doesn't help them. You got connections. Them boys can sing. Them boys can, they sung the anthem, baby. Them boys can sing. I think Bay brought it up. I seen it. Why didn't you have them like producing stuff for you? Why didn't you teach them how to produce? Why didn't make that a family thing with Mr. Brown? And that also goes for Carry On, because he was part of your old life. You didn't, and what was it? He wasn't part of your new life, but you do know that her oldest child is not Kirk Franklin's. She had a kid before Kirk Franklin. Why he treated better in your own blood?
And that's so sad that all these kids are speaking out and they don't have the platform like they should. Like, how can anyone sit back and laugh at her father and son roasting each other, going back and forth, 50 Cent making a joke, or Lori Harvey, what is her real last name? Like, these women, they gold diggers. They gold diggers, and they make sure they put their child in a position when they get with these men to win. Like, Lori Harvey worked on the show with Steve Harvey, and now she built her brand and built herself to where even what she does, to be honest, I don't approve of it. Everybody's saying, well, the men do it. Okay, it is a double standard, but it's always been that way. If Keisha was down the street hopping from dude to dude on the block, she still would be considered a thought. Now, she's not considered a thought because she's an attractive female and she's Steve Harvey's daughter. No, she gets the same name. And when Lil Boosie keep it real, I feel like everybody wanted to jump down his throat. Like, it is what it is. You know, and everybody be afraid and praising these celebrities, and they put them on this high pedestal, but they got to acknowledge what came before that. Everything that come with it. If I'm going to give you your credit, I'm going to give you your credit for who you are as an artist and what your seeds that you sowed behind and your flowers that you planted along the way. And if a couple of your flowers that blossom before you, they not right, or you haven't healed that, it's nothing that you could sing to me, Kirk Franklin, about what it means to love. And you're not loving your own son, and he doesn't
and that's
feel
my
love.
song. You hit below the belt, girl. You went below the belt. That was below the belt. That's my song too. Oh, goodness.
Yes.
Ooh.
Why would I accept that energy from you teaching something to me and you don't know it? I'm sorry, but I don't want that. You learn what it is to love. You sit back, you accept being a father, a terrible father that you was, and you try to make it up to your son and go from there. Now you're worried about your image. Forget your image now. It's over for you. You need to worry about fixing a relationship that's been broken for so long with your son. That should be the most important thing to you. But it's
even,
not.
What's the lady he brought out that family? What is her name? Oh my God, that lady could sing, but she came out through Kirk Franklin and her husband. But now they down with Tyler Perry. They do a lot of Tyler Perry movies. What is their names?
I know exactly who you're talking about.
I can't. Every time I think of them as the Browns, but they're not the Browns. But damn it,
she got TikTok videos and stuff, right? What's her name?
But she was the real heavy set one. Whose son with Kirk? She came out. She started out with Kirk Franklin, her and her husband.
She remind me of Jill Scott.
No,
you talking about the light skinned one that's married to Mr. Brown or whatever, right?
That's why I stopped. Yeah, the Mannings. Yeah, I love this chat. Look how they made their business a family thing, and that's including his kids, his daughter he had before he got, and he been married to her a long time. That was the one of them. He had that one when he was young and dumb. But look how they even added her into the family business. That's how Christians supposed to do it.
Exactly. That's Christian-like behavior. And don't get me wrong, a lot of these rappers and singers, you know, it's corrupt behind the scenes. And a lot of them don't want their children to go through what they went through, or they don't want to sacrifice their child. That's fine and dandy, but at least put your child into a position to where they can maintain on their own. Like you said, don't set them up in an apartment. Don't pay their rent. Get them some type of job. Do some type of family hustle. some type of business to where these kids can do their own thing, have their own money, so where they're not in your pocket. Because eventually you're not going to shine no more. Your money going to run out. And when we look up, you're going to be the next R. Kelly, the next Tiny and T.I., because everybody get taken down. So they need to be careful the wrong seeds they sowing, because God don't like us.
You got that right. You got that right. And even T.I., he even you would look how long, unless you go way back, you would never knew that when they first did that show that them boys, all of them wasn't tiny kids, because he made sure his other kids was included. That's why I say, why is it that some do it and some don't do it? So the ones that do, the ones that don't do it, we can compare it with T.I. He had three kids before Tiny. Both of his sons and his daughters is part of everything that he do. That's bull crap. Puffy makes sure, because even when it came down to Quincy, even though Puffy gave that man, Puffy raised that boy had every opportunity that he could have, but he still felt neglected by his father. Remember when he wrote I'll Be Sure that letter?
Yep, I remember.
And then I'll Be Sure straightened that out, and I'll Be Sure got back close with his son.
Ashley D is saying a lot of these people, celebrities, are not who we think they are. And they sure not. And I was thinking the same thing. Kirk let all his inner queen come out.
Y'all terrible. He's showing up dead. Talking about you're poor. And I'm like, the way he speak, you know that's how he speak. He ain't all of a sudden start cursing yesterday.
Exactly. And he's a man of God. So those the first thoughts gonna come to him.
That man's mouth is reckless. He ain't just start cursing yesterday. Stop. People making it sound like he gonna make an apology like he just started cursing. Your mouth been was reckless.
And the sad part about it is they think we believe them. They think anything they put out or sell us, we supposed to accept it or be down with it because they black. No, that don't fly. We about uplifting everybody, but at the same time, if you don't take care of your child, your home, we don't support that. That's not cool with us. We don't get down with that.
And we mean love. We mean love, not just child support. We mean love.
All that boy would have wanted was a hug from his dad. His dad probably to come to his game, to call, to say he love him, to spend time with him. It isn't even about money most of the time with these kids. They just want to feel love from their parent.
Every time she get good, her mic, every time she get really good, her mic cut off. Exactly. So hurtful to see children whose parents speak to them in this manner. Exactly. Because when you cannot tell me that you cut your kid off, I'm trying to figure out how you do that as a rich person. How do you do that? How do you do that? If you can't tell me you gave them the best, being that you did give them the best, that's why you can't cut them off. What things that you had them doing while they were young? What you had them doing? What? Even Michael Jordan sat there and made his daughter a company. Their kids got the work, but they found the work for their kids. Like Jordan his son went to him, I want a sneaker store. And then he said, you give me your business plan. If your business plan is good, I will support it. His business plan was good. He supported it. You can't be rich one minute and tired of your kids the next minute and then say you need to go fly. It don't go like that. I'm sorry. It don't go like that. It's bad enough when you're poor, and you give your kid everything, and then now you want them to do on their own. It don't go like that. You're talking about kids that somebody like a Floyd Mayweather kid. Them kids ain't never want for nothing. When you got newborn clothes that you never even know you had, that cost $1,000 for a whole suit, $2,000 or $3,000 for a newborn outfit, $2,000 or $3,000. They had that type of life up until they was 18. Now you tell these kids, no, I'm not, you cut off. What did you teach your kid? You cutting them off. What did you teach them? Did you have them working? Did you have them volunteering? What did you instill in your kids besides just school? How did you teach them how to work? What businesses did you have them around? You can't just think that every child is going to go to college and then become. No, not every kid is cut out for college, and that means rich kids too. If that go for poor people kids, college is not for them. That go for rich people kids too. College is not for you. So what else did you instill in your kids while you was out there on tours and making money and around all these different women or all these different men? How do you just say you got to fend for yourself? How do you do that? See, that's what I was trying to say earlier, Miss Tony T. I got you, baby. Now we talking rabbit. Okay, people calling him a man of God. When people say that, I always watch their actions to find out which God. Exactly. So hurtful to children whose parents speak to them in that manner. Okay. I was thinking the same thing. Kirk let all his inner queen come out. Ashley D is saying a lot. These people, celebrities, are not who people think they are. It's an image. Exactly. Take Me to the King is my song. I'm telling you, we're not, okay, he's talented. We ain't saying that. Hey, Golden Lioness, I think their fathers are jealous of their young sons. Kirk showing out. Yes, he is. They're teaching and guiding of money. Samuel Jackson. Yes. You know, and a lot of these kids, they stay in the family business and they become actors and stuff too. And let me tell you the funny thing. Puffy and 50 Cent had beef, right? They had beef. Now, 50 Cent disowned his own son, but you put Puffy's son on one of your TV shows. How you disown your own son, but this man you got beef with, because you know not to play with none of Puffy kids. You know not to play with none of Puffy kids. Can you imagine when Marquise see Puffy's son on one of his shows? Can you imagine what he's feeling like? How do you become a whole businessman and cut your son? I don't know how you do that. And how could people back that? I don't know. I don't know how do people back that. I ain't gonna be a business guru. I ain't gonna be a business tycoon. That man got all these different shows coming out. And the problem is, how do you not even know your kids? Most of them don't even know their kids. They don't even know their kids. They don't even know them. That's how bad shit is, that you don't even know them. They can't tell you nothing about their kids. They can't tell you, they wasn't around long enough to get to know their kids. But now you want to talk smack about them on social media. You want to talk smack about them on social media, but you don't even know them. Ask them what their kid's favorite color is. I guarantee you, they don't know their kid's favorite color, their favorite movie, They don't know nothing about them kids. Now they knew, now they mature. I guarantee you, they new set of kids, they know all about their new set of kids. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that. Yeah, that sucks. I'm gonna put the invite button back in there. If anybody else would like to comment on how these kids are treated, come on up. Come on up, come on up, come on up. Doesn't the word say, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh? Land was never given to blacks, and many who had it taken away, placing us at a disadvantage. Yes, exactly. Exactly. But that's crazy. That's crazy. But the only person who can fix this, I'm sorry, your kids, you gotta fix it. You have to fix it. If your child feel broken, hear them out and then tell them your story. 50. Kirk could have been like, I was 17 when I had you. I was 17, 18 when I had you. I was very immature. And I'm very sorry I made you feel this way. Come on over for dinner. Get to know your sisters and brothers. See, they men kill me when they mature and they have the new family. Men, women too. That go for women too. Because when they finally mature and meet the right man, they neglect their older children too. The older kids always get treated kind of messed up there. Oh, you at work. This is how an adult child is supposed to respect their parents when they're being disrespected. Hey, baby.
Hey, that was my last time I had to tell everybody, look now, y'all gotta stop. If I don't answer, just text me. I can't do that. Now I see why everybody have two phones.
Now go ahead, baby. Let it out.
Yeah, but I just think that we gotta all stand together and let these boys and even the black daughters that's being overlooked in our community know that we support them and we understand. It's one thing that we struggle because that's where we come from. That's part of our background. But it's another thing for these people the worst thing is to struggle and your parent is a multi-millionaire. Your parent is on TV. Your parent had TV shows. Your parent make shoes, your children wealthy, and you see your children taking care of their in-laws. That's a different kind of struggle. I can't even imagine that pain. That's worse pain is regular people who used to struggle.
You
That's
keep
like you
talking.
calling
Give me
your
1
parent, they
second.
wait you, they don't have it. That's got to be the worst kind of feeling to go through. And I feel sorry for these children. And I know they're not kids anymore, they adults, but they still, like you said, in their mind, they still feel like kids. You could tell how they're expressing themselves, that anger and that hurt. It's coming from that child's state of mind when their father didn't pick up the phone for them, or their father promised to take them somewhere. It's another little boy, for example, basketball player, Royce from off of Basketball Wives. She was one of the first cast on there. I forgot what her son's dad name is, but he's a famous basketball player. She went back and forth in court with him for years. The little boy was sad, saying, it's a shame my dad is in the same state with me and he doesn't even want to spend time with me. It's these kids crying out for this attention from their fathers, and then we can wonder why the crime rate is up so high. Because some of these boys, yes, a woman can raise a boy to be a productive young man. But some of these boys out here, they really need that man figure in their life because they're going to have all those different negative influences in their ear teaching and showing them what it is to become a man, not including the rap music on TV and the radio telling them you sell drugs, you live like this, you live like that. So all they mind, everything they see is twisting their mind up of the concept of what it is to be a man, what it is to be wealthy and become successful. You have to do these things. And had they had a father show them the rope and let them know this is not what's up, or at least give them some type of foot in the door, like you said, to give them some type of career investment, invest in your child, then they would go a different route. Then we want to see half of these boys online bashing their fathers about how they didn't have a dad growing up. We'll see more black love. We'll see more black success created. We'll see more black owned businesses. We'll see more father sons in business together.
Oh, somebody said the White Highway. But do you also see or notice the sibling rivalry that is now? The sibling rivalry now we got sibling rivalry, you know, and then you have the older kids are worse. I mean, it's bad enough when you have outside kids, but now that creates sibling rivalry because what his sister did to me was totally disrespectful. I'm not going to play that one over because it was a little bit lengthy, but she made it seem like, you know, that's not her brother. Like he doesn't even exist. And this is what happens in our community. Or you got a lot of people that you would never even believe they got siblings that probably lived in the next block or around the corner. And they with their friends so much. And when you say they could walk right past their sibling or something could happen to their sibling, they wouldn't even care. Because the parents created that.
Exactly. Their parents created that toxic environment. Like, for example, even the Kirk Franklin situation, whether his son put him out there like that or not, those other kids should have stayed out of that. That was a father-son issue. And Tiffany, you are so right, Ashley. Both my brothers have been affected by my father. And that's the sad thing. They don't understand that fathers are a major role and factors behind the black family. That's the head, the king of the house, whether he lives with you or he's down the street from you. You know, it's important for your father to be your mentor in your life, or you will stir and go in the wrong direction. And people
then
don't understand that.
And then you got some parents that, or some men, in their mind, well, long as all of them know, long as they know each other, who gives a fuck if they know each other? It's your job. It's your job because a lot of them, especially they have multiple mothers. It's your job is to make them siblings. Because even if a mother, she could have 5 different baby daddies, but if all 5 kids live in that same house, they have a bond. Even if it's a trauma bond because their mother's good or bad, she doesn't have to. It's your job because you a man, but man got 5 kids. They're in 5 different places or 4 different places. They could be one could live in this state, one could live in the next state. You know, so you got a lot of siblings that don't even have a bond. They don't even care about one another. That's the father's fault.
Exactly. I agree.
And then how can you come out and out me? And this is how these kids feel. And I think, you know, this is how Brian McKnight kids feel too. How you gonna come and out me, but you don't even know me? Like, what's my color? Like, what's my favorite record? What I like? What did I used to do? Did I play sports? Did I didn't play sports? Can you tell me something about myself before you tell people how much you took care of me? Tell them about me. You can't do that, can you?
Exactly. And it's guaranteed, you know, don't get me wrong. When a father remarries and he marries a woman that already has kids and the kids are younger, he's gonna spend a nice majority of that time in that household with that child or with those kids. So he's gonna develop that relationship with them. However, when he goes on vacation with his new family, or they have Sunday dinner, or whatever it is that they do, that child should never feel left out. That child should be a part of everything that goes on.
But unfortunately, it's not like that. And a lot of times they're not taking their old, let's say now you're rich, you're moving to California. You're not taking your baby mama with you. So a lot of things you're not going to be included with. A lot of things there, that's why they feel so hurt. And people be like, well, why bring that to social media? But I got to see all your happy moments on social media. I'm tired of looking at that shit. I'm tired of looking at y'all bragging about, oh, especially like there was an episode with Kirk Franklin and every kid had something good to say about them. They was all the happy family. And then we got to see y'all on the trips. We got to see you iced out. Now I'm bringing what I got to say to social media too, because I'm sick of this shit and I don't blame them. I don't blame them. You don't keep how happy you are from social media. So I'm gonna let people know I'm unhappy in social media. Can you imagine looking at that shit all the time? All the time?
Yeah, that
Wow.
has to be devastating.
And can you imagine how many kids they figure, damn, I got to see this big house. You know, me and my mom got this apartment. Or me and my mom got this small house. That child support my father. Remember, they didn't have all of that money. So that child support wasn't big as people think that it is because they wasn't that famous. Remember, he had this kid about 17 years old. So in the beginning, he probably didn't even take care of that kid. Maybe when that kid became a teenager, when Kirk started making money. So when he started making money, we still don't know what that kid got in child support. But it wasn't enough to sustain the lifestyle that you and these new children have. So can you imagine all the ups and downs, all the times he needed his dad, but them kids got their dad 24/7? And I gotta wait till it's my time of the month or my time of the year, you know?
And half of the times he probably went on the road and he just sent a check. What about the games that he missed or the things that was important? And like you said, that's when his career probably just picked up. So he wasn't able to take that time off enough to spend that time with his son at that most important age where he's developing what it is to be a man. At those most important times when he needed those talks with his dad about girls. You know, all these things. Go ahead, baby.
But you gotta remember, at that time, Kirk Franklin, remember he didn't have his moms growing up. So he took what the feelings that he had and how he felt, and he transferred that over to his son. Because he was out there playing. He was with a lot of different women. He was a playboy. I don't want no man short. Me and him damn near the same height. I don't know how he got all these women. But anyway, so we already know he didn't love the mother. See, this is why you got to teach your young sons, yo, don't be having babies by these women you don't love. Because sometimes, and people don't want to, I did a show on this before. I'm sorry, just because you are a parent, that does not mean you have an emotional bond with your kids. Not everybody does. People have to admit that. I don't have a bond with my child. I don't have an emotion. That's just my child. You got a lot of mothers who was probably forced to have that baby. A lot of mothers don't have a bond with their kids. That is a problem. I have to go and I'm gonna have to find that video on my Sugar's Love channel, and we're gonna have to bring that discussion here. But a
And
lot
I'm
of people, go
oh,
ahead,
go
baby.
ahead. And I'm gonna be honest, we talking about men today. That's why, I'm trying to stick on a topic of that. But I would love for us to discuss as well. These women need to be careful with who we have these kids by. If you're not in love, if you're not getting married, be careful because that can impact that child.
Mm-hmm.
You might not have a father, or you will be stuck as a single parent. It's
Mm-hmm.
important that that child sees his parents getting along, whether they're co-parenting or whether their father is picking them up. That child needs to see some type of structure. So it's important that we educate ourselves before we decide to lay down and have a child by a man that's a stranger.
And for some reason, like in a sense, it depends because a lot of times we meet these men with the mask on. But some men we know is downright dusties. You understand what I'm saying? Some men are downright dusties. You know you ain't had no business having no baby with this dusty. So we're not speaking upon the man who has the mask on, who you thought was a good man, who was nothing but a liar and a cheater, but they made you think otherwise. So we can understand how you fell for it. We talk about them dusties. That's them, them dusties is going to make you a single mother. We know that. They call it dusties for a reason.
Exactly. And you have to learn, you can't keep letting the same pattern repeat yourself. If you dated this certain type of guy and you know what he's capable of and what his tendencies are, why go down the street and meet Rick, his homeboy, or the same kind of guy? Why not open yourself up and allow yourself to meet someone that's different, someone that treats you different?
I
Everything that
just
glitter isn't always gold. Just
I
because
just
someone
think
has a
that
cute face. Oh, go ahead.
no, listen, I just think that for me, I mean, we all came across some dusties. Maybe not
Right.
everybody, but a lot of us have came across. A lot of us got babies by a damn dusty. But what I'm saying is, if you attracted a dusty and had a baby by a dusty, I personally think that you should just leave relationships alone and say, why did I feel I need this man love? Now I think you should stop and do some self-reflection. A
No.
lot of people don't want to do self-reflection. They go out and get the next dusty. Because
Right.
you broke somewhere in your childhood, you are broken. And if you don't fix yourself, you're going to keep on having all these damn dusties. And by the time you become mature, no, we used to have topics like this all the time, Keita. And I keep telling y'all, this is not a Nature Boys channel. It's just that when I want to do my regular topics, that tea be coming, that tea be dropping. I got to bring the tea. But we always do topics like this, and it's sad that people come out for the distraction of Nature Boy. But when it's about stuff that can heal ourselves, that people don't want to tune in. But we can't. We're gonna still help the people that want to be helped.
Right. And you have to look at things from a different perspective. Once you become a mother, you're not allowed to be selfish anymore. All your thoughts should be based on what's best for your child and you, the environment that's best that you're going to put your child in, the type of person you want your child around. All this is going to impact the person that your child will become more than likely. So you have to transition your brain from being selfish. Those selfish thoughts, you're not allowed to have those anymore. You created a life. And a lot of these fathers are stuck on this young man mentality where now they're famous, so they feel like they can have anybody they want. So a lot of these kids get left behind.
And then years down the line, they decide they want to be a father when they're all out of money. They have time now and they have energy to put into this child. When this is a full man and you want to yell at him or tell him don't raise his voice at you, you his dad. Where was you when I needed you to be a dad? Oh, now you have time to be a dad. You wasn't thinking about me when you went on your trip on the yacht or when you went shopping or when I had a basketball game and you didn't show up and you told me you would. All these things have a big role in a play into our future, these future men, and who are they going to become? And it's part of these boys being fatherless boys that's out here without their dads.
And a lot of these men, because they were just playing and they was like, how they said they was hitting and splitting. They was hitting and splitting. They don't have no connection to the mother. So what makes you think they gonna have connection to the kid?
And they feel like they don't have a connection to the mother. They don't have a connection to their kid. And the sad part is a lot of them think that. I know a few people, for example, that have thought like that. And a child could look just like them. But yet that connection isn't there. And at the same time, that's not that child's fault. That child didn't ask to be there. So that child grows up and sees a big difference. Why you treat my sibling better than you treat me? Why did she get a chance to go to the park and she get ice cream, but you dropped me off child support? You said hi and you kept going. These are a lot of things that you think kids don't pay attention to, but it traumatizes them. And it still plays out as they become adults. They still feel like kid in that mind frame where there once was that young boy or girl.
Rashida says, okay, let me go back. Oh, Rashida says, I remember I told my mother I would rather starve than to have her help me on my child. At the same time, I was going through a few things and I needed help and she never helped. Then she says, I think for that comment that all the kids are tired is also bull because they didn't ask to come here. So they were born into what they were born into due to their parents being famous. Exactly. You can't be entitled one minute and then untake the title away the next minute. It don't go like that. Hi, Miss Apples. This is really true and luminous. I got to. Okay. Ashley, you are so right. Both of my brothers have been affected by my father's very minimal involvement. Rashida said, and honestly, when I was spoken to like that by my mother, I stood my ground as well as cursed her outright back. Was I wrong for that? I put it like this. This is what I say to people. I always say, God says, honor thy mother, thy father, your days shall be numbered. And he also tells the parents not to push the kids. My thing is that it's your job to say, you know what, I'm going to love you from afar. You don't have to disrespect your parents, but sometimes they push you there. So you got to pray on that. But sometimes if you can, like some kids, they can't wait till they turn 18. Like, oh my God, I think I turn 18. I am out of here. Some of them some of them go to the army. Some of them make sure they go to a college far away. Some kids, they do not come back home after 18. And they found something productive to do with they made sure they found something productive to do with their life because they did not want to come back home. Like some of the kids, they can say what they want about their mother, but a lot of them, you got a lot of grown people, kids who sell drugs and everything, still staying with their parents. But you got some kids, their parents was that toxic. They made sure they made the best grades and did everything possible to leave. So that's their way of honoring thy mother and thy father. Like, I'm gonna stay far, far away from you as possible. And some kids never came back home. Hey, Zaya. Also, it's more parents keep it real and apologize for the actions towards their adult children. Maybe relationships could be restored. That is absolutely correct. But
Yes, it is.
I also tell kids, like once you get really older, you will understand. Sometimes you may have to get to the point where you have to get to the age where, okay, I understand it, I forgive, but you got to be like real mature, and you got to really been through some of the things she may have been through, and maybe you could have handled something their way, or maybe you could have handled something different. Like, and sometimes you have to dig into your history to find out why mommy is the way she is. Like, what number kid was she? Like, how was mommy or daddy treated? So then you can get a little sense of, okay, they're not doing nothing but passing this on to me. I don't want this. Like I said, some kids don't want that, and they move far away. So like I said, some going to the military, some make sure they get jobs across country. Some make sure they move to the next coast and everything. Some move to a whole different country. I'm telling you.
Exactly. And I agree about it's more parents that should apologize to their kids.
Okay, give me 1 second. You keep talking, baby.
Okay. They can heal so many relationships, restore so much hurt that this child was feeling. Like, I'll never forget, what was this, like 2 weeks ago, I watched episode of Love and Hip Hop. And Mendici was telling his childhood story. And his mother was up there, and I guess she thought of it differently than what he saw it. And you can't sit up and knock a child. They might see something one way than what you thought. And as a parent, it's up to you to do one or two things. Apologize to that child so that child don't feel blamed or like it wasn't their fault, or explain to them why the situation was like that. Well, when you thought I was leaving you, I was going to work. I had to work 2 jobs to pay the bill. But those type of parents that constantly make excuses, and you even make the child feel bad for speaking up to heal themselves. A lot of times, speaking to a counselor or a therapist, like I said to you, Tony T, I think a week ago, a lot of us Black people was taught to keep our issues at home. Don't go to a therapist. Don't speak with a counselor. We was taught to keep our privacy at home. So a lot of things that we've been through that's been instilled in the Black culture is, that's your family business. Don't say anything about it. And a lot of other different cultures, they go to therapy, they go to counseling, they're able to express their thoughts. They're able to feel how they feel and allow those thoughts or negativity things that they've been through to be healed. And a lot of Black people, we still hold on to those things, and it follow us from relationships to becoming parents. And it's just baggage over baggage, and it constantly builds up. And if you're not able to express yourself, or as a parent, come to your child, or your child come to you and say, mother, this hurt me, or father, I felt like you wasn't there for me at this time, or to express a painful time in their life as a child when they grew up and they may have felt like you failed them or you wasn't there for them. Instead of you embracing your child and telling your child it's okay or you sorry, but instead you shun your child and you tell your child you wrong, that's not healing. That's not allowing your child to process things properly, even as an adult. That's making them hold on to unnecessary baggage. And that's going to affect their relationship with their kids, possibly, or their partner, or their job. All these things can trigger so many more feelings inside of us as adults that we don't understand. Down the line could impact those important relationships just from father issues or mother issues. And nobody ever realized that. And the part of being a parent is being understanding and being compassionate and allowing your child or your significant other to heal from a situation that bothered them. And I just think it's important for everyone to speak up and allow their child to have that opportunity to speak up as well when they're hurting.
I'm back.
I know you was back. but I was just expressing to everyone about how it's important for us to allow our child, as a father and as a mother, as parents, if it was something that bothered a child in their life, whether it was from their past childhood or anything, to be able to openly speak and feel how they feel. If something hurt them, they should be able to come to us and we let them know we were sorry, or let them know it was okay for them to feel that way. We shouldn't allow them to have extra baggage that'll carry you along the way. And it could possibly affect them as a parent, as a mother, as a
No,
brother.
it will. It will. It will affect them because you can't give something you never received.
Thank you. Thank you, Tiffany.
And then, when these kids start lashing out, instead of protecting yourself and your image, and that's what 50 did, that's what Kirk Franklin did.
Brian Knight, Steve Harvey, so many more.
They protecting the image so much. You didn't, just because they were on social media, you didn't have to go on social media.
No, he could have said this. He could have did what the white Caucasian family do. What do they do? Send a letter from their lawyer. This is a private family matter. Please respect our privacy. We are dealing with this. But instead, he want to show his face, show his foolish face,
and then want us to pray for you. Shit. They always want somebody to pray for them. When did I pray for?
We gonna
I ain't pray for my family.
We're gonna pray for your son who feel like he needed you the most.
Yeah, but the same way they talk about why the kids they okay, the kids took it to social media. That you didn't have to. You could have left that alone.
Kids that go through trauma sometime and have been through emotional drainage. Maybe that was his way of, he felt like for so long it was about protecting his father's image. So far as he probably, child support was slacky. He never saw his father growing up. And still to this day, as a 33-year-old man, he doesn't identify with his father because they never had that relationship.
He said at one point in time, I mean, he said his father was trying to sacrifice him, girl. His father was trying to kill him. That's why that was a couple of years ago. He said the man was trying to get him off.
And who
so
knows
how
he
much.
And that stuff, that's another day, another topic. But I don't put anything past them. But my thing is, all of this is going on. And he felt like but his daddy image was everything. Nothing ever hurt his dad. He hurt so bad and no one hurt him. So his way of exposing his dad was allowing his dad to feel his hurt for once. How he always felt. You care about your image so much, and all I cared about was a relationship with you. Now you see how I feel. Now you're exposed. Everybody know the real you, since I only knew the real you.
And then it still comes to the conclusion: who's the adult and who's the child? Even though both are adults, but you know what I mean by who's the adult, who's the child,
who's the parent.
So if they put something on social media, that means you too.
Exactly. Because he didn't, sometimes you just can't come back. He was embarrassed and nobody ever know who Kirk Franklin really was. So when his son did that, instead of him going through a lawyer or having a lawyer write a statement like everyone else, this is a private family matter we're dealing with, you want to get on TV and we saw right through you. And this time it isn't, no, we sticking behind our black community. No, we sticking behind our lost young black man who has been without his father.
And
That's
I
who we
gotta show
support.
you even when he making that music, he's not the man we think he is. He just happens to be somebody just like R. Kelly. Not saying with women wise,
He's
just
a
like
match.
somebody
He's
who's
a
just
match.
beyond
He's a
somebody that's beyond talented, and that's it.
Yep, just a performer. And the
Mm-hmm.
sad part is he was put in a position to slay Christians his way, to have Christians feel a certain way about music. He was one of the main people at a time where Christian music was more so, I don't want to say dull or churchy, but it was more instrumental. And he brought the stump, he brought the life into the Christian music. He allowed dance to it. So he made people feel free to express themselves in a Christian way, whether it was dancing, and singing and high praises. So he had a pretty good breakthrough at a time in his life where when he did that, it was questionable at first whether you could be like that and be a Christian, behave like that. At one point in time, it was like, oh my gosh, you could dance like that and act like that and be a Christian. That's okay to praise God like that. And then eventually, after a while, it became so normalized, to where music kept coming out and everything became so.
You ain't know what you was listening to, right?
Yeah, exactly. Even with the Kanye West situation still,
Oh,
that could be
please.
another topic another day with us too. All these things, remember. But you have to pay attention to who is the person behind the mask. Whether you like the music or not, they are spells that they let us know that it's being put on in this music. You know, think about it. Cardi B sings to young black community. She probably said she's Latino, she's not black. But we allow, and I'm not gonna say we because I would never, but a nice majority of our black community allow their daughters to listen to that type of music and look at themselves as they want to be Cardi B, or think that's the way to have a man to sexualize yourself in that fashion. Like I have
And then
never
you seen when her daughter came in, but I'm like, it's too late. She already heard it. She cut it off when her daughter came in. When
exactly,
she
and that's what a lot of those celebrities do. They will sell your kid drugs on the corner, but when it comes to their kids, they will hit the third block just so their kids won't ride past that community. And you have to be careful. Like I said, who's the person behind the mask? Who's the person you listening to? Who's the preacher that you listening to? You have to make sure those people are right too, so that message can get you clear. You don't want to be soul tied. And I don't want to say soul tied. You don't want a spell to be put on you. If that's the right word. I want to make sure I'm using my wording right.
No, you're
To a
right.
demonic person. How can a demonic God allow the devil played the music in heaven?
That's
So that
right.
lets you know what type of music we have here on earth. It's mostly demonic behind everything. So you have to be careful about those spirits you allow into your home and through your radio or your phone or on your TV that your kids is listening to. And then you wonder why 3 weeks later your daughter caught talking on the phone or her grades slipping or she liking these certain kind of dudes. You have
Mm-hmm.
to be aware of what you get and allow your child to listen to. All influence is not good influence. I don't care if Cardi B is a millionaire. She will not entertain my home, my child, or my mind. I was brought up to be a lady. And the stuff that she says, that should be behind closed doors, how to entertain and please a man. That should not be on a record. And there's so many girls that I've seen that
And
pull up that and they think
I'm
it's
gonna
cool.
cut you off. I'm sorry, but look at the awards they went for that bullshit. They went. I'm like, really, really? You got artists that's picking some good stuff, and somebody get a big Grammys and awards. I'm like, are you serious?
Exactly. And that lets you know real quick. Thank you, Golden Lions. Wow, powerful, Ashley. So true. And Tiffany, yes, thank you, Ashley D, about Cardi B. And like you said, so many people getting these awards. And like Whitney Houston said, I'll never forget back in the day. We don't sing about love anymore. Everything is so dark and demonic. And it gets darker and darker. Like to where everything is so normalized. Like I don't see how all these people and all these awards, like what are they getting rewards for? What are they singing? Good job, you sold such and such albums to our Black community, this and that. Like listen to the
Even
message behind what they
even
saying.
even Megan Thee Stallion, she just won an award. Her and Beyonce. And I'm just like, I think I heard that song like 1 or 2 times. And I'm like, what the hell was the Grammy for? What was they saying?
Exactly.
I'm like, this world is not for us no more. It's not about music and talent no more. It's really a popularity contest now. That's crazy. Before it was about the music. Now it's about a popularity contest. I don't care if Beyonce was in the song. The song ain't make no damn sense.
You have to think about this too. Certain people are put in the limelight to push a certain kind of agenda.
Oh yeah. Definitely.
Certain people like Megan Thee Stallion, Cardi B, and Nicki Minaj at one point. You will constantly hear the same songs played over and over again on the radio to where it becomes popular, normalized, and before you know it, you at home, you rapping or you singing this song, you can't get out of your head. You know, half of these songs don't make sense. Half of the songs, if you pay attention to it, a lot of them sing about drugs, like taking drugs. Like I'll never forget, I don't even know the title of the song, but the guy was saying, I can't feel my face when I'm with you, and I love it.
Oh,
And
The
I just,
Weeknd. And he the
yeah,
one
and
changed, his whole face. I'm like, oh, what the?
yes,
Oh
and
my,
that
what
song was
the?
about
And
coke.
his music, I'm sorry, Weekend fans. I'm sorry. He's a knockoff Maxwell. He's a knockoff Maxwell.
Yes,
He
he
ain't
is.
got nowhere near, and I don't see where his voice is, his music. And I didn't even watch the Super Bowl. I usually watch the Super Bowl. I like the halftime. I'm like, I'm not wasting my time watching that. Look,
I
the
don't
man
watch.
can't, his voice stayed the same. I'm not even going to get into the videos. Like you said, that is another whole entire different conversation. But if you see what
Exactly.
I see in his particular videos, baby,
It's dark.
that's a
And the more
it's
you,
it's he every song that man make is dark. I'm like, well, God damn.
and
I'm
those
like,
are the
you ain't
main
got to say no
songs.
more. Say
Exactly.
no
And those
more.
are the main songs that are pushed. And people don't realize when you become more, you spend time with yourself. Like you said, that was a good point. Spend time with yourself. When you start spending time with yourself and you get to know yourself, the more spiritually awakening you become. And you start to look at things differently. And before you react on something, you analyze things. And then you analyze things around you. You don't just go with the flow like everyone else. And then you pay attention to people around you and you begin to say, wow, am I the only one that I'm the only one that's not playing Cardi B in the parking lot and bobbing my head to this? I'm the only one that thinks something wrong with this song? Am I the only one that think Beyonce is not all that? That's,
And
you know,
don't get me wrong. We had them songs too. And so did our parents, but it was an appropriate time and place for everything.
exactly.
Now it was to the point that whereas we was in our room, we was supposed to be sleeping, and
Yep.
that's when the adults was you kids stayed out of adults' business. And that's when they played there. Even though we still snuck and probably heard this, but the music was done so crafty back then. You didn't catch on till you got older anyway. But
Let's
you
get it
had some,
on.
yeah,
We didn't know it was
cruising. Hello, groove with you. Hello.
yeah.
But you
And,
had some like Stroking and Jody and all them other type of songs too. Them real blues songs. But they was never played in front of us. They were never
exactly.
played in front of us. It was not played on the radio.
And it's a difference. Music, this music now, everything is so sexualized. Not only music is so bold, but they dress so boldly. It's to where you don't have to be, you don't carry yourself in a woman fashion anymore. It's like the more sexier you are, the more sluttier you are. That's what's gonna make a man love you. He be telling you she don't cook, she don't clean, and her husband bust her out. Everybody laughed at that, but I took notes
Uh-huh.
of that he said, "Oh, everything she rapping about, she in the house doing right now. She cleaning and she cook." So that goes to show you, these kids is thinking, long as you sexy, as long as you do all these sexual things with these men, that's what's going to get us attention,
I
and
wanted
that's
to do
not
the
true.
video with this sister. It was done 30 years ago, but what she say, she still keeps this message today. I forgot how to pronounce her name, but she was in the Muslim area. And boy, did she break it down. I'll keep wanting to do that, but I'm probably going to do that tomorrow. Or I may, you know, with this cold boy, I got so much time for YouTube with this cold boy, honey. It's crazy. It's nothing to do. Then it's cold, it's freezing outside out here. But
Yeah, it's freezing over here too.
but we had a couple of days they tricked us. The weather tricked us real good. It was beautiful.
Yeah, they
Then
messing
Zoom,
with
next
the
you know,
weather.
got
That's another subject, another day too.
but let me explain the gospel music. And I try to explain this to people. And this is what they do not understand, even though it's another topic. But I would say when people go, I don't listen to secular music. I listen to gospel music. And I always ask them, what's the difference? They can't answer. They always say, because one is about, I said, no, there is no difference. Yes, it is. One is about God, and one is about the Lord, and um one is about the circular stuff. I said they signed the same contract, they under the same company, they made the pact too.
Yep.
There is no difference. So anytime, because see, God said when God give you a gift, you are not supposed to sell that gift because a gift is free. Anytime you got these gospel artists and you can't even speak to them, and for them to even be in your presence, they have to get paid. You're no better than you're no. I shouldn't. We should never get a copyright strike for gospel music if it's about God. And God told you in the Bible you are not supposed to profit off His name. That's why a lot of these Christian songs now is making it more spiritual. Because God said you are not supposed to profit. You're not supposed to sell a Bible, put his name in a song and sell. You are not supposed to profit. So anytime you hear a gospel song, you have to question yourself. You are profiting off the Lord too. You had to sign a contract. So now it's about business. You turn what you did in church for free about the Lord. Now you turned it into the business. Much as we love Yolanda Adams, actually Yolanda Adams ain't singing unless you got a paycheck, just like the circular artist. Tamala Man, you ain't getting her to sing neither. Much as we love her, unless she got a paycheck. Most of these artists think they are superstars. They do the same exact thing.
It's
They do
all
this
act.
exactly. They be in them hotel rooms. They got their hoes too. The women are still they live the same exact life because they are put on a pedestal. They are put on a pedestal. So you might as well listen to circular music.
Yep. And he tells us to be careful of wicked people in high places. So that's not just saying regular celebrities. He's telling us also about gospel people in high places that try to come off as Christians. Anybody can sing and put a Christian album out, but does that make them a Christian? Or do that make them a smart mover or a deceiver?
You know, even that, because first of all, we gotta say some people are not Christians, but that doesn't, that because they don't want to be tied down to Christianity. Some people just believe in the Lord. Some people just believe in the Lord's statutes and commandments. They got, if God get it, even if you're not Christian, but you're singing about, and God gave you that gift. That's why it's called a gift. Every time you hear them speak, they say, God gave me a gift. So if he gave you the gift, he gave it to you for free. So even if you do decide to have a record contract, most of your work should be for the Lord, should be for free, because he gave you that gift.
Exactly.
Anytime you can sing, I don't care if it is secular music. If he gave you that gift, you are supposed to perform for free, because it's a gift that he gave you. Everybody do not have it. That's like if he gave you a gift for art, you're supposed to display that art for free. If people want to buy it, they'll buy it. But if not, because it's a gift. A lot of people did not get it. I should, like I said, if you play certain artist songs, you get a strike real quick. I'm like, how do you get a strike off a gospel song? I thought they were singing about God. I thought we was praising. Now we can't praise without a price. Stop it.
And that's why so many celebrities with beautiful voices, including Whitney Houston. Whitney Houston was haunted by her gift. Whitney Houston grew up in a church, but her family was background singers. So that's the area she was pushed in. She really wanted to be a pediatrician, I heard. Well, not a pediatrician, a vet. So how this person with this gift have all these demons that are haunting her, all this stuff, all these curses that are slowly coming at her, because God so many times have said, child, what are you doing? That voice was supposed to be in a church somewhere. That was the beautiful voice.
Even
And
if it's not in
it
church,
was used to lure people into dark moments, supposedly.
But even if it's not used in church, remember, the church is crooked. It's not supposed to be for sale. It's not supposed to be for sale. That's why when you sing live,
right?
God wants you to sing live. He didn't give you the gift to sell a recording. He gave you that gift to sing live. I'm like, people don't understand. People don't understand, especially black folks. He gave us that gift to whereas we don't even need, we didn't have to go get music lessons like everybody else. We didn't have to learn what A, B, C, D mean. We didn't have to learn what the upper register, lower register, your head, voice, your throat. We didn't need none of that. None of that. Because God gave us everything. We know how to take and use our whole entire body to do a note, but they sold that gift out for financial gain. So we wondering why.
A lot of celebrities not happy. That's why, because they sold themselves out, like you said, for financial gain.
And then you got to go through some things, but we already know that's another topic. That's another whole topic. And then in our days, when hip hop came out, it was about the people. So we was able to relate to them because they dressed like we dressed. They looked how we looked. Now we can't relate to them. And that's why you got so many people now robbing and stealing in these young boys, because now they want to get iced out. It's like I work with kids, right? So they took I know a lot of these kids, they worked 6 to 8 weeks in the summer. They took their whole entire paycheck and gave it to Kanye West. They worked the whole summer for one pair of Yeezys and one pair of pants. I think I would
Wow.
have strangled. I would have strangled my son. How much for them sneakers? 1,500. Now, back in our days, according to how old you are, but back in our days, your thing was you wanted a car because that's how
Thank
you
you.
got the girls and stuff. So you wanted the first thing you wanted when you was 18 was a ride. Now what they want is the sneakers. I'm like, the sneakers ain't getting you nowhere. But that's their mentality now because they trying to keep up with these artists.
Exactly. And they think about this. They don't, these artists and these Kanye West and these other people, they don't think about how it's hitting a majority of the Black community pockets hard. A lot of these people, a lot of these kids come from single parent household. They looking in their parent face when they can't get the new J's that come out a certain trending style. And that's making that parent feel shameful. And this parent working, and it's a culture that pushes certain things on our society to where a regular person isn't cool anymore. You have to have the coolest trends, the latest shoes, like everything is based all around social media instead of reading and educating yourself and standing out. And like you said, having a car. Having a car should be the main thing, the main focus instead of
These
a pair of
kids
shoes.
don't even these kids don't even ask for it, sis. They're mine. What I was like, can you imagine a lot of these kids, their parents was looking for that little income and stuff to come in to help them out. Cause some of them, I'm telling you, some of them parents, when them kids got paid, their parents beat them to work. They get their card, they got their money on their card. I'm like, damn, they beat their kids to work to make sure they got that card because the money comes on a card, on a
Yep.
debit card. Come on a debit card for some. And when we was giving out them cards today, their parents beat the kids to the work. I'm like, we was like, we can't give it to you. We only could give it to the kid. They was highly upset. And then you got some parents that's doing bad, and all you did was buy you a pair of sneakers and one pair of pants. You worked 8 weeks for that. Kanye
Right.
got all that, and it was Kanye, not Jordan, but Kanye got all of these kids' money. And he
He
bragging
never
about
give back.
being a billionaire. Now, I
And
don't
when
know
do
what
he
he's
give
doing
back?
behind the scenes.
Don't
See,
we
this is
see?
why.
That's the thing. He make all these high-priced designer shoes and
Ugly
all
ass
things,
shoes.
but not once we see exactly any type of anything displayed where he comes into our community giving back, but we constantly see him taking and getting praise for it. Even back to Vanessa Bryant, for she gave the latest edition with Kobe Bryant Grinch shoes. Now you imagine the money and profit not only she made off of that she could have gave something to his family, but I guarantee you she didn't give his parents no pair of those shoes. She didn't send them any pair, but she made sure all her white friends and a couple of friends got a pair of those latest shoes out. Did she go to the school that he grew up at, the black school, or any other school, and bless the whole 11th grade or the whole seniors with a pair of those sneakers? Even little things like that you could afford to. That's what I call giving back.
My
But
thing,
we
you
don't see
supposed to go
stuff
into
like that.
every hood. You need to go into every hood because I see how these kids struggle. Y'all bragging about how much money you got. But on the flip side, I see what these kids go through to buy your sneakers. I see.
So that's why, as parents, it's important we teach our that these latest trends and fashions isn't about everything. Lil Wayne wearing tight pants. Each time we see these performers, they going more and more female-ish like to me. It went from the dresses, and you call that man a rapper, and you up to him. It's the tight pants. Every pair of pants they making now for the young men that are tight. I don't agree with the sagging, and I don't think that's okay. But I sure don't agree with my son having on pants tighter than me. Like, what are they trying to send out? So it's important as parents, we not only educate our kids on materialistic things, not important of this world, but how important it is to say.
And then even when it came down to like kids like 50 and Kirk Franklin, I'm like, when them kids was young with all that money you got, why didn't you invest their money for them so you didn't even have to take care of them? Why didn't you get them stocks and bonds? You got millions of dollars. I'm like, how do you turn? How do you turn? Even if I didn't bond with you or nothing, I didn't want to bother with you. I'm gonna make sure you set off. I'm gonna make sure let me just get this kid some bonds and stuff. So when they reach 18, they ain't got to bother me at all. But my job as a parent is to make sure that kid is good, whether I bonded with this kid or not.
You make sure that kid's set for life. You open up a store for them. You do something to where they have some type of investment coming in. That's why the poor, the whites get richer and the poor keep getting poorer. And I'm not saying that trying to be racially, but I'm saying they smart how they strategize and how they invest. And instead, we allowing our kid to work 2 months to get a pair of shoes that's $1,200. Turn around and a new pair finna come out, instead of teaching our child how to put $500 of that aside and save it into their bank account as a freshman and watch how much that grows by them not touching their.
All the years, I know you didn't lose your sound again. Hello? I know you didn't lose her sound again. No. Get that sound back, Ashley. True discipline does not include torment. It includes knowledge, wisdom, and understanding shared by the parents. How come that is not happening? Because we want to always follow. We always want to follow. Number one, if we're not following somebody, we're always looking for a savior. So we're not following you, we're looking for a savior. It's either or. The power has always been in us. The power has always been in each individual. We never even had to progress. We never even had to protest. We could just like not do it. How about just not do it? We the only people that fight to give people our money. We are the only people that fight to give somebody our money. And you're going to respect us. We are the only people that fight to give people our money. Nobody else does that. Nobody. If you show me another race that do that, if let us black people, if a race come into our store, they're not even gonna argue with us or nothing. They just gonna make sure they're gonna alert their community, don't shop there no more, and they'll never shop in there again.
Exactly, but everybody, we teach us as a black community in our society to where we so used to being down and out, we want to feel like we fit in, and we have to stand, even if it's alone, and let our children know that that's not always the answer to everything. You going broke supporting these people, they already rich. What are you supporting Kanye West with these shoes, and he don't even like our race for real, for real? You know, you have to give them the history on certain things so they can be woke. Because if these kids keep going on the way they are and supporting these people that don't even love them or support their own children, what are we teaching our children? What type of structure are we giving them? We have to stand up for something.
Well, we can't give what we never received. You know, you got some people that break out the mold. You got some that break out the mold, thank God. You got some that break out the mold, but some don't. Some of these parents are so damaged because their parents was damaged and everybody's damaged. And then you got the people who are intelligent and who made it out. They sold themselves out and they don't come back to the community. They don't bring nothing back to the community. And every time somebody does good, we so happy for them. Like we made it. Because it's like once one person make it, we feel like we all make it. And they shit on us every time. Like Jay-Z does shitting on us every time. Just like when he got that new deal with that champagne or whatever the hell. I said to myself, listen, I'm not giving Jay-Z. Well, I've been stopped many moves ago. But I'm like, they don't need no more of our damn money. When are we gonna stop giving Jay? Like, there's nobody else to give our money to but Jay-Z and Beyonce. There's nobody else. I'd be like, damn, they're the most greediest mofos I've ever seen. They want all the money. They
Exactly.
want all the power. I'll be like, damn.
That's why it's so important for your panel and when mines come that we educate our people or whoever else is interested. Caucasians, we don't care. But this is one of the main struggles with our community. That's why we're speaking on it. That's why it's important as parents. We educate the generations to come and even the parents who are listening, how important it is for our kids to support the real, to see the real. Don't go in with your blinders on. Support who supports you. And I guarantee you'll save a lot of money. But it's always important to do your homework, son. Do your homework, daughter. Educate yourself on this person's background before people be about to fight over these celebrities. And Cardi
That's
B and
the dumbest shit ever. But
like, what's her name? Asian doll had on some huge eyelashes. And one day just a while ago, I said, wow, her eyelashes long. And somebody said to me, she looked better than you. I said, okay, what does that have to do with her eyelashes looking long? You know, we don't have to always be so extra. We can wear and do things certain ways, but sometimes less is best. We do with our chains, with our gold teeth, with our cars. When we do stuff, we always have to do it super big. And it doesn't always have to be that way. And a lot of people get offended by that, but they don't understand. To other people, we look like a fool. People laugh at us. And instead of stop taking it the wrong way and learn how to take constructive criticism and think to yourself, well, yeah, them is kind of, oh, wow, maybe she is right. Or maybe she wasn't told that. This is just educating you on things that you possibly don't know or you may have overlooked.
And you know, and I even with the guy Ryan, right? Now, I'm gonna have to speak to Shasha about that. I have to really speak to her about
I
that.
missed a lot about that. What's going on?
You didn't see the other day. He made a lot of racial slurs.
What?
Yeah. And if you would have saw it yesterday, but being that we're not doing it, well, I'm not going to go back and show you. If I get off and come back on, or maybe tomorrow, because I'm saying, I'm just bringing that up, but we're speaking upon Black people,
right?
You know, and she did another video today. Tell him his services are no longer needed because he made some comments that me and my chat caught it and we didn't like it because he was pissed off. And once you pissed off, you let us know how you really feel.
Your true colors come out.
And I just wish Shasha don't get caught up in his mess.
Right.
You know,
what did he
was
say?
mad. He was mad at things that that went down with O'Neal or whatever, and then he showed his true colors.
And this is the thing, okay? A lot of people were skeptical about him. Where I left off at, and I didn't finish watching it. I've been gone for a few days. You
Yeah,
know,
I've been
like you
missing
said,
my
you gotta
folks.
tune off. I've been missing you too. You gotta, channel yourself down a little bit away from Nature Boy, because that's a high demonic energy. It'll give you headaches and everything. But where I left off at was O'Neal had put something out there allegedly that was saying that he was a rapist. And then a lot of black people backed him up. They didn't agree with, and they were skeptical of whether or not he was true to trying to capture Nature Boy and bring him down or whatever. But a lot of people didn't think that was cool what happened between O'Neal, and they came forward.
My thing is it don't matter. It don't matter because O'Neal still got the information from somewhere. It just happened to be, and he just happened to report incorrect information. That don't excuse because O'Neal got you mad.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say.
Now it's y'all people and all this other shit that he was saying.
You had people backing you up that were black. So it wasn't any reason or no excuse for you to turn around and, what did you say? He said, y'all people?
Hold on, let me, I'm gonna have to find it for you real quick now because I like to
be correct, politically correct.
Let me see which video that was.
Okay.
And I'll let you know, love.
Okay.
Which one was it? I gotta fix my titles.
Okay.
Let me see if it's this one. And I'll let you know.
Okay. But you always have to, I'll talk while you looking for him. The moral of the story is you always have to be careful who the messenger is, whether they're black, white.
All right, here we go.
Okay, she found it.
I think this is it. Okay, let me see if this is the right one, but I'm gonna share it right now. Yeah, black folk. Oh, yeah. I was like, whoa. See, you showed that and Shasha needs to be aware of this, and I hope she is aware of this. I just hope she's aware of that, and that is not acceptable. And I cannot accommodate myself with that. I can't associate myself with that. No. If this the right one, I hope so.
In that I truly know and believe that he is called by God. And honestly, it's not man's determination. If another man has the gift to pass the teachers between that man and God.
Give it up,
and him and God alone know whether or not he is called.
What I don't understand is why women don't see their worth. Why they are, and making the victim look like the villain. They'll make your own family think you're crazy. Women tonight are sleeping next to the enemy. Many men truly that got no.
Is this the right one?
Money in the bank. They're broke jokes. They're clowns. Like Eligio, who has to use people. Listen. Why settle? Why be that type of woman? Why be a cheap woman? Why be a Dollar Tree woman? Why not say to yourself, I'm better than this? I could see my own worth. Let me tell you something. Many times I stayed in the dark when it came on here because I was afraid of people from my father's church seeing me. But I mean, clearly, didn't any of you watch the news story? Didn't any of you watch my father's news story? They said my last name 3,000 times. They said my name and my last name guys. Man. I'm not letting nobody up right now unless I know them.
Guys, y'all got to help me out, because what I'm not understanding is, why are you worried about what O'Neal said or what anybody else said? I have never seen somebody who's in the police force or being a detective or out there on a mission worrying about what somebody said. And okay, I ain't gonna do no more. They put this lie out there. Okay, we know it's a lie. We know it's not you. But why you focus on that? Y'all got to help me out here. Why you focus on, this is what I always said. He focused on all the wrong things. Why are you on Bigo? Why are you on Bigo? Why? Why? We, whatever you doing and saying about Nature Boy, we doing that already. We said all of this. You're supposed to be quiet. I mean, I'm not disrespecting him, but this is just how I feel. You're supposed to be quiet and handling your business. Everything you say, we said already. We've been doing this for years now. Why you want Bigo? Shouldn't you be having the detectives, or if you quit doing it or not doing it? We didn't ask for your advice. Thank you, but we've been giving advice forever. We've been giving advice since this took place. What are you, Ryan? You have to explain to me what you are doing, not what O'Neal said and what this one said and what this one did. That's,
I don't care about people, but I'm gonna tell you, all these black people were celebrating and said, "We got them."
Here we go. Here we go. When you come in,
I don't care about people, but I'm gonna tell you, all these black people were celebrating and said, "We got them."
You hear that sidetrack so quick just now.
Come again?
I'm not understanding this. Now watch this at all. That is to me, because social media is playing ground. You ain't wrong. That's what I said. What is he talking about? But we're gonna hear him out because he's confusing me. It's confusing me.
Let's hear a little more.
That's not me talking. That's the thing talking.
People be going in on me trying to say, "Listen, I was in a room
Who
earlier."
cares?
And I don't care. I'll tell it now like it is, because I don't care about Bigo. I don't care about views. I don't care about people. But I'm gonna tell you, all these black people were celebrating and said, "We got them. We
All
got
these
White
black
Boy."
people?
They were so happy. They called themselves the Squad. We got them. You had the one guy that has the appointment tomorrow.
Now, was that necessary to say? Was that necessary to say all these black people was like, we got him? Was that necessary? Can y'all please help me out? Was that necessary to say, Ryan? All these black people was like, we got him. Who is all these black people you talking about? Who is all these black people that you're talking about?
I think his reality from the start became gloomy because he failed to
Again,
realize
why should
he
you
had
care?
people.
You said that you just said you know. I'm gonna let him finish though. He ain't finished. You know this person, you know that person. That's what you should be doing. That's what you should be doing. You should have been looking through the videos, going through the videos, taking your time and building a case. That's what you should have been doing, Ryan. And I believe you heard me say this to you on the other channel. That's what you should have been doing. No, you chose to say, give me what you got, give me what you got. I need it by this certain time tomorrow. That's not how it goes, sweetheart. That's not how it go, boo. And I don't care what color you are. I would have said the same thing to anybody. I just told you, sis, I'm confused. Exactly. Brian too lazy. Okay. One day, his first cousin with several FBI. The next day, he's begging black people for help. Now he's scared of all the mysterious black people. What people just love centering themselves in black issues. Uppity Negro, this is, you couldn't have said it no better. You couldn't have said it no better because I'm not understanding this at all. I'm not. He didn't call the IRS. He didn't do nothing. You're looking for some old clips. Okay. But we'll still hear him out. Maybe it's somewhere down the line. He'll convince me. We shall see.
For the FBI, and guess what? Not going. Alicia wins. Because you guys have smeared my name. And you were celebrating how you destroyed a cracker. I heard your words. So the question is now at the end of the day, who are the real racists? Will the real racists please stand up? Because you're all sad.
Unnecessary.
The ones that did this. The squad.
See?
The lies. Carbon Falling was one of my closest people who worked with me on this. I had people reach out to me that were family members of people in this place. I had all pertinent information, and I am no longer, I'm making it clear for the record. And you know what? I'm even going to reach out to the beast himself, Nature Boy, to show my real name, because I am not going to have my daughter, who's 13 years old, have her future or my family or my future jeopardized because people put a picture of some guy that's not even from fucking East Coast. He's from fucking buttfuck Florida. And you mean to tell me, and this is, and everywhere I go, that's gonna follow me. That picture will follow me. They never go away. And Neo TV is the one that, listen, folks, the FBI called me today. I didn't call them. They called me. I didn't call them. They asked me to come in tomorrow at 11. I'm telling you right now, it's over. When Neo TV did that, I realized now my daughter, my family, and people are in jeopardy because of lies perpetuated by people of Alicia's own race. So do not come and blame the government. Do not come and blame the white man, because you need to only blame yourself.
Wow.
And that's fact.
Wow.
I really don't care who I piss off, because it's truth. And if you don't like it, fucking leave.
Wow.
I'm telling people how I feel tonight before I dip off Vigo, because it's my last night. Alicia wins. Dumb fucks. And then y'all went live. And live.
Let me rewind this part again.
Of the child molester.
What did he just say?
Using a picture of somebody people who I called them. They called me. I didn't call them. They asked me to come in tomorrow at 11. I'm telling you right now, it's over. When Neo TV did that, I realized now my daughter, my family, and people are in jeopardy because of lies.
Why is your family in jeopardy? They proved that it wasn't you. They proved that it wasn't you. And do you know everybody in here in this sector get caught up in bullshit? You're not the first one. You're not the first one who get caught up in bullshit. What makes you different from the rest of us? Damn near every content creator got caught up in some bullshit trying to take out Nature Boy. Hey, Kim Hunter, don't forget, guys, if you're not subscribed to the channel, click on that subscribe button. Help the family grow. And if you didn't hit that like button. Let's get these. Can we get some more likes? We need like 4 likes, guys. We need 4 more likes. 4 more likes. Can we get 4 more likes up in here so we can move on? We would love to move on. We need 4 likes. Come on, guys, hit that like button, hit that like. It's not moving. It's not moving. It's not moving. We need 4 likes, guys. We need 4. We need 3 more likes. We need 3 more likes. We need 2 more likes, guys. 2 more likes. 2 more likes, guys. 2 more likes so we can move. 2 more likes. Oh, wow. Bam. There we go. Thank you.
Perpetuated by people of Alicia's own race. So
Wow.
do not come and blame.
Did he say perpetual by people of Eligio's own race? Now, I'm not saying it's a racist thing. I'm just going by what he's saying. What does it? We all trying to get Nature Boy ourselves, and he's our color. What do you mean by perpetual by Eligio's own race? All he had to say was, I didn't know this sector or trying to get Nature Boy was harder than what I thought it should be. I have been lied on and I have been accused. I will back down. But if you was really about that life, like you said it was, you would have kept on going. But now he's turning this into a racial thing. I didn't hear the beginning up in the Negro Goddess. Ooh, go ahead, Royalty Pro, be knowing everything. All right. Well, I'm not feeling this, Ryan. I'm not feeling this.
Blame the government. Do not come and blame the white man, because you need to only blame yourself, and that's fact.
Hello, we never blamed the white man. We never blamed the white man. We blamed the Eligio. We blamed Eligio. We've never blamed you for anything. We never blamed you for anything. Why are you coming after the whole entire race now? Why? Why? I got to make this make sense. Whose side was he really on, and who was he really trying to help? I don't know. I'm just saying.
I really don't care who I piss off, because it's truth, and if you don't like it, fucking leave. I'm telling people how I feel tonight before I dip off Vigo, because it's my last night. Alicia wins.
Okay.
Dumb fucks. And then y'all went live. Using the picture.
Who you calling a dumb F? Who are you calling? Guys, help me out. Who was he calling dumb Fs? Who he talking about? Who was he calling dumb Fs? Dumb Fs. He thought he was going to come in and be perceived. Okay, just like when Bella came over to Babylon trying to be chief, that they both mad as an F. It didn't happen. He's someone's, who he calling? I blamed the white. Bambi mama said they dug him out on the DNA. So, oh God, he's not that articulate. He don't know how to talk like that. Okay.
Of the child molester. Using a picture of somebody people who I go after. People who I go after and expose. I mean, are you serious? What sex offender has fucking custody of their 13-year-old daughter? How many of you, Carbon, is falling spoke to my daughter? Idiots. Such dumb fucks. So I just gave you the receipt. My last name ends IN. Stupid asses. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. A savior complex. Okay. Go fuck yourself. So you're out of here now. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck you. Kick out. Boom. Bye, bitch. I don't even care anymore. I'm done. You want to spam my name? You can just go. Take your ass out the door. Bye. Anyone else? I'll just keep booting everybody. I don't give a fuck. You want to leave. I'm not here to make fans. I'm not here to make gifts. I try to save these people's lives. And I have every fucking right to be upset. Every fucking right. So I really don't give a fuck. If any of you don't like it, leave. I'm not asking you to be here. Oh, it's all done. It's done. Alicia wins. It's over. Listen. The appointment I had was at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Done. Listen, when I have my mother calling me saying your daughter is crying because she sees you listed as a registered sex
He's
offender
lying.
on
So
the
correct.
fucking internet
You
on
are
the
so
side of some
correct.
other guy,
Liar.
do you know what that fucking does to my daughter, who I just fought for how many fucking years, whose mother left her and
Lying.
abandoned her for a sex offender? And that's why I hunted predators?
They don't got you listed as no damn sex offender at for Justin here. You ain't go to court or nothing. But I cut some of that off. But he must have seemed like Elijah don't have no white supporters. Where he get his people from? You understand what I'm saying, Ashley?
Yes, I do.
You see where he fucked up at?
Yeah. He expressed himself, but he did it in the wrong way. He bashed.
He showed his true colors.
Yeah.
Y'all people, and I'm like, don't blame the white man. What the fuck is you talking about? And you dumb fucks. Who are you talking to? Who's the dumb? Being that you speaking upon black people, you was calling us the dumb fucks?
I just can't believe that everything just spiraled out of control. And he don't understand the most important thing was the mission. You were helping the people that were in the cult. So you have to realize everything around the cult, even what people say, that's a part of it. That's going to come. That's part of the job. You're going to get slandered, but you have to stay on the mission. That's the most important thing. And he lost sight of that. And he allowed his anger and his ego to get the best of him. And it made him come off more of a racist instead of the God-fearing man that he presented himself to be. And it's unfortunate.
No, but regardless, if you're not a racist person, then you would never came out that way. Period. If it wasn't about race, you would never have bought in race. You would never have said you people. As soon as you hear the word you people, that rings a bell. And people of his kind, what the fuck are you talking about? He got white supporters too. Why you ain't going on them?
And he have to understand it's a majority of black people that's been doing everything he's done, trying to take Nature Boy down and reporting on them. So when you say yo people and these people and things like that, you don't have to say black, but it comes off that way. You might as well
Well,
say
he
it.
said
Who
black,
else are
but
you referring to?
the thing is, he did say black. He did say you black people. And then he said, and who? Then he said, who's the racist now? I'm like, what? Okay. Oh shit. You fucked up with me. You messed up
Yeah,
now.
and just like that, you proved
Your
everybody's
services is
point
no
that you
longer
was
needed.
racist. So what
That's
was
why I
your
said,
mission really about? What was your point of doing all this to turn around? You wanted what threw me off, honestly, was you needed all this certain information in a certain amount of time. So you going to the FBI. The most important thing to me is you have to cross your T's and dot your I's. You going to with this valid information on this cult leader that's been up for years that people have been trying to take down with hours of information on them, years of information on, and it hasn't made it on anybody's desk. It hasn't worked. People claim to be victims. People admit to getting beat. So when you're going with this valid information and you're going to help, you have to take your time out to make sure you have the right information to present to these people. This isn't a short amount of time assignment. This is something serious. So right away when he said he needed it quick and he was driving, it threw me off. And then for you to give up like that, like you said, it's so many YouTubers that's been slandered. Everybody goes through the process. That's just what it is. You know, you coming against Nature Boy, he has a lot of followers, you know, and not necessarily saying, you know, you and O'Neal had your disagreement or whatever, But I'm quite sure it would have been somebody that was cool with Nature Boy that would have done something along the way that could have devastated you even more. You have to have thicker skin than that when you are going against somebody that is as powerful as this cult leader. You have to prepare yourself for the takedown. That it's a possibility that this gonna happen, that's gonna happen. But if that's your mission that you doing, and that's your honest, godly, cold-hearted mission, you trying to take him down, then you have to stay on task. You can't just fall off with one bump on the road like that. Everybody proved it wasn't you. It was a mistake. Even black people came to support and back you up and spoke out on their channel, and yet it's still you come out and you still angry at black people. What more do you want? You know what I
And we
mean?
dumb fucks now, according to him. But she said the day I asked Shasha and him that reparations in question, and she said the Jews deserve it and blacks should forgive. I questioned them and blaming him, saying black people because he is Italian. I'm not going to get into that one. That's another whole entire topic of who the Jews are. So that's another whole topic.
Yeah, I'll
We're
be
gonna
ready
leave.
for that one too. I got my
We
little
gonna
insights on that too.
we gonna leave
Who the
that
real
alone.
Israelites
We
of
gonna leave that. We gonna leave that one far alone. That's another whole topic. We gotta be sensitive with that topic before they strike the channel. You just can't be free talking when you're speaking that truth. Can't
right.
free talk. You gotta speak in
No.
codes.
Yeah, you
Gotta
do.
speak in code. Gotta speak in codes. But the Jew, I don't know if that was said royalty. She made it clear she was talking about the new ones, not the old ones. Like I said, after Ryan showed his true colors, his services are no longer needed for me. And not to mind you, I went over there to have his back.
Right.
But when
You
you
and me both.
but when you started with his Nature Boy own, trying to say his own black people came after him. Oh, why you didn't speak upon Nature Boy's people?
And don't get me wrong,
And
Ryan.
white people support him too. So he could have just left it as Nature Boy supporters. That covers all colors. Why did you just point out the black people?
Yeah.
We've been trying to take him down forever. What the hell is your point? You ain't doing nothing new. This been being done already.
And you have to understand this. You can't speak up, not you, just in general. For majority, you're gonna have people that question things right offhand. And that's a part of our instinct and somewhat people human nature. They've been let down so much. Everybody clout chasing nowadays. So all you have to do is get up there, plead your case, say it one time, and if that's your mission regardless. And you and God know whether or not what's your point of doing this, what's your objective behind this. So you don't have to keep on with every bump in the road trying to prove yourself, because down the line you study doing that. It's study exposing things, and you're saying things that dig you in a deeper hole than what you was in the first place. You was the victim of identity. Everybody felt bad. A few people felt like, dang, it was a mistake. Okay,
And then
somebody.
make it so bad, sis. Even World got on his
That's what I
page
was gonna say.
and cleared his name. Exactly.
Mind over
Stop.
matter as well. So it's people that were black that backed you up and spoke in your defense. Even we came on there with Tasha wanting to speak and tell everybody to give him a chance, and we wanted to hear you out first and see what was you gonna do, what was your insight on taking Nature Boy down. And we still was a little hesitant, but at the same time, if you was doing it for the right things and for the right reason, we was all for it. We was willing to back you up if that's what the mission was. But at the same time, you cannot get off the mission when it's bumps in the road. You have to keep going, and you don't.
I don't care about the mission. I don't think I care about is when he was like, you people and black folks and who's the real racist now. Now he's trying to say like I ain't give a damn about you didn't get on the mission, get on. I ain't give a damn about none of that.
The mission went out the window after.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was some racist stuff. Okay.
I'm like, hold up. Damn the mission. Like how he said it. Like damn the mission. Hold up. Hold up. Damn that man, you could jump off that anytime you want. Let's get back to you calling us the dumb fucks. Let's get back to that. Hold up. Who you talking to, son? No, hold up. She said, I was the one who told her the Holocaust members got reparations in America and it didn't happen here. Then that's when she said some Bible quote and said blacks should forgive. I was not there for that, and I just thank God that I was not there for that because she's a nice person. Maybe she's a little confused, but thank God I wasn't there for that. I got some scriptures that'll hurt your feelings. And I know the scriptures that will really hurt your feelings.
And
I said, it also said you reap what your father sees, the punishment. Okay, Ryan wanted the people to do the work, but yet he's steady telling us regurgitated info. Exactly. Oh, I didn't even care about that. I'm like, damn all that. What you call me?
Stop, Tony. Stop.
What you call me?
You said pump your brakes real quick. What you just say?
What you call me? The dumb fucks. Hold up. You people, hold
up. The
up.
hell with that mission.
I ain't had nothing else but that. And remember, I didn't pre-watch it. So everything, sometimes I pre-watch stuff, and sometimes I like to be just as surprised as you guys. You know, like some of you guys have probably had saw it before, but you know, to come show support, they'll say it here. I was like, hold up, what you call me? Like, oh, damn that mission shit. You could jump off the goddamn boat if you want to with the mission shit. Let's get back to you peoples and people of his kind. Hold up. And who's the real racist? All that was his sir tell him, I said his services is no longer needed. And then you want to try to do this preaching shit about love yourself, and we said all that shit too. The thing was, if you was real about it, you would have went after the money. And then I try to tell people with them loans, you would have to find out how long it takes for them to pay the money back. If they are within their time, they're not committing anything. You want it now. You want it to be the great white hope and stuff, but a lot of people come on wanting to be the great white hope and they want to be the one to bring them in, but you still have to use our content from the people who was been doing it. You need relationships with them people. You need relationship with people like World. You need relationship with people like the T. And there was some other people too. I remember the first people who was on it. I got their video from a long time ago. I don't even know if it's still there. They always use them Bible quotes to cover their B-side. Now, I could use Bible quotes to uncover it too. The same quotes they could use to cover their bull crap, I could use some Bible quotes to uncover their bull crap.
Right.
So I'm not worried about all of that. I'll call him Esau in a minute. Don't start. And he'll know what I'm saying when I call him Esau. Hello. See, y'all better get up in there. So when I say Esau, y'all know what I'm talking about. Hello.
Right.
Don't play with me.
Messed up. All this turned out the way it is. Once again, it starts all over with Nature Boy. It was
the thing is, my main thing is the seeds that he's planting. She said, hello, sister. My thing is this. We can't save them, even if we don't stop them. My job is to educate people who may want to go there. Because now he only has a small set of people. He had a lot of people in the beginning. Our job is to try to pull them weeds that he's planting that people think that's flowers. My job is to let them see them are weeds. That's not a plant. Them are weeds that he's planting. Them are not flowers. They camouflage as flowers. But this is a weed. That's my job. If he took it down, that'd be beautiful. But Nature Boy, he's a narcissistic person. This world is ran by narcissistic people. They know what they're doing. They know the ins and outs. They know the law better than us. And then Nature Boy is also playing the game. I'm going to tell him whatever you got to say. I'm going to tell him myself what. Yes, I do it from the back. Yes, I did mess up her insides, hitting it from the back. So he playing them games. I would tell him myself what. Because he know whatever he doing, he ain't breaking the laws. So it's the people who want to take them down is to learn the loopholes. Whatever he's doing, you got to learn the loophole to take him down. Our job as the commentators is to keep that foot on his neck. Is to keep that foot on his neck. That's our job. You was not being professional anyway, Ryan, by coming on Bigo and all the different. That's not being professional. You wasn't professional from the jump. Professional people do their job and they shut up. But then when you got mad with O'Neal, so you trying to say it took for O'Neal to pull your card? So now I got to go thank O'Neal. So thanks, O'Neal. Being that you did that, you show homeboy true colors. That was our fault.
Gave him a way out from what he was doing on the low. He gave him a way out quick. Just like that, he's like, I quit. I was like, dang. And forget y'all black people. What? Really?
Exactly.
Also, you took the veil off. Not only you weren't dealing with us like that, you didn't like us, but you quit too. Okay.
And we don't forget we dumb fucks too.
Oh yeah, and we just dumb. Cause we supposed to jump on your bandwagon right away and believe everything you say, cause you a white man and you coming forward with information we've been knowing for years.
Thank you. It's very strange the night after we played Bambi, Mom saying Ryan is an agent. He quit the next day. And Ryan don't look too good calling Nature Boy behind the scenes who brag on that. What does them eyes mean?
Like they watching. But my thing is, I'm just saying, for him to quit like that when he was so passionate, that right he wasn't in it. What was his agenda, you know?
And he knew us black folks was gonna be watching that when he came out, so he said what he said. He said what he said because he wanted to say what he said. And then I seen another video that Shasha put out there, but she did it like a quick video. I'm like, Shasha, we got to talk. I'm not associating myself with him. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do it, and I'm not gonna get into the black and white and all this other stuff because I like you. And I want it to stay that way. You know what I'm saying? Because this shit could go left real quick. Real quick.
Right. And you don't want when y'all have people come on y'all show, whether y'all agree with them or not, you don't want that to interfere with the relationship that y'all done built up. So sometimes it's best to just, like you said, take yourself away from the situation. If you support him, that's your
when it comes down to him.
Yeah, but I take myself out of that. I have no further anything to say or do with him. My personal belief is this about what he said. I don't agree with it. I don't respect it. It's over with. We done talking about this. Me and you together.
Exactly. So if you and then you caping for him and all this other stuff. And my thing is, how do you feel about what he said? Because your audience is now black. You're
This
in
is
a
the
black.
thing with some people that they don't understand, okay? Some Caucasian people, they may feel like they not racist, and they genuinely could not be racist, but they don't understand. And I'm not talking about Ryan. I'm just talking about the innocent Caucasian person.
Yeah, you right.
They don't understand how certain words can come off as racist, or it'll impact us a certain way that it'll come off to them. Like, for example, if you say bum to a black person, we certain black people, don't get me wrong, I'm not gonna feel that way, but it was a term used, what talking down to a black person. So that's how they feel that would come off as racist to them, when a white person wouldn't feel that way, because that's not necessarily saying that that's a racist word coming out of their mouth, where it's directly saying you the N-word or something bad to them. So a lot of white people have to be educated on the lingo and the certain words that come off as racist, because a lot of them can innocently just don't know.
My thing is, I don't buy that. They know, because it's been racism for over 400 years now. You're not going to tell me what the hell you don't know. You're not going, because that's just like equivalent for me saying something like, I know what the word, I'm not going to call them a cracker. You don't hear us, well, unless I mean to call you a cracker. Certain things we know, just like I'm not going to call you a pig, because we know what that means so unless I mean to call you a pig. So you know exactly what you're saying to us.
Yeah, but when it's something that's not directly said, how can we feel like, if we have a white friend that hasn't had very many black friends, and they be around black people and they like them,
but it's inherited, baby. It's inherited. It's sad, but it's true. It's inherited. It's inherited. The same way, like I said, the word cracker is inherited. They hear people talk about crackers in the house. Our kids want to know what a cracker is. And we be like, no, the white man is a cracker. Hey, Pandora's box and chat. How you doing, love? So we know what the word cracker is, because it's been passed down. When we call them a pig and our kids get confused if they we talk about a real pig, don't we correct them and say we talk about them cops?
Yeah.
It's passed down. When they say speaking upon certain things, you let your kids know what it is.
Right.
If you did not know what the word meant, then you would never said it. Nobody say something else. You just pick that word out the sky.
Right. You know what?
And
then you coming from an angry place too. Now I see exactly what you're saying. You're not just expressing yourself, but you upset right now. So you speaking your truth. You saying how you feel. So all these words are coming off to hurt, to jab, to indirectly say exactly what you're trying to say. And a normal, regular person, they'll want to say, "Oh, he didn't mean it." No, we know what he said. Okay, I got you.
Exactly. You didn't pick them words out the damn sky. And I'm not racist, so if a white man say something, remember I work with everybody. I run an organization, so I have to work around Caucasians. Right. I don't get mad at one and then be like, and you peoples, I'm mad at that person. I'm coming at your head. I'm coming at you. I'm not going to disrespect the other ones that's nice to me and help me with my organization, help me get to where I got to get.
Yeah.
I'm coming straight for you. I'm gonna be, and you people, then I'm not going to be arguing with that one and and all of you people, and now who's racist, they're gonna be looking at me like I'm crazy. They're like, what happened? I've been good to you? The rest of them be looking at me like I'm crazy. I'm good, girl. They might think I've been helping you and same thing we say. We've been helping you and everything.
Yeah,
And you
Tiffany,
act,
Ryan knew exactly what he was saying. You ain't never lied. Sorry. Out the gate. Yeah.
so
When you kept playing that back.
What happened?
Well, you kept playing that back. I'm trying to hold it in more and more. Y'all, I'm like, no, this man didn't just say this. Like what is wrong? Who are you talking about?
But see, that's why I said I have to speak to Shasha, because Shasha has to address that, because her audience is in the nature boy sector. So your audience is now, you have a black audience.
Uh-huh.
You are in our, where you coming and our audience built your channel. You peoples built your channel.
He said that before though, and it was overlooked. Before that happened, he said he always referred in the category y'all and use people.
Oh, I ain't hear that, bro. You know I ain't hear that shit.
Yeah, Ryan, I knew he was. I'm trying to keep my peace and just act like I'm mutual, but I knew Ryan was full of sack of potatoes, SIT. When he first came off, and he couldn't answer the question when I told him why didn't he go to the World when World told him he wanted to talk to him off the scene. He didn't want to talk about it off the scene. He wanted to go around that question I asked, and my point was, World said he went to Instagram right after that when World told him, hey, yeah, I'll work with you. I don't want to discuss it right now. We'll talk about it later. And a few seconds later, Ryan went to his Instagram and said, I need some black men, black people to come forward with Nature Boy. And he like, what the heck? Didn't I just tell this dude I was finna do it? What is he?
Okay, she said Shasha was on her You Peoples and O'Neill chat as well. Where have I been? Because see, I don't get into content creators business, because I swear for goodness, I already know we talk about Nature Boy enough, we're gonna catch heat. I don't want problems with content creators. So I don't know who beef. So being that I don't know who beefing with who, I don't have to pick a side. I'm not getting into content. So I've been don't know nothing. That's why I don't like, if I have a guest or if I have somebody and you telling me about, I don't know. I don't even want to know.
Well,
I don't even want to know.
Asleep.
And it's gonna definitely be a one-way fight, because
he told her
I'm not
because of you.
What happened?
He told her he only messed with her because of you.
Who told who what?
O'Neill told her basically he only messed with her because of you.
Wait, mess with her because of Shasha? No, she says no. He said Shasha was on her You Peoples and O'Neill chat as well.
Channel. Yeah, she was saying
So she was saying You Peoples.
Yeah, that's what she said.
I never caught her saying that. I never caught her saying that. I never caught her. I just like to bring the information and share the information and stuff like that. Homie don't play them games.
I didn't hear her say that, honestly. I just remember it was the night, I think you was asleep, and that her and O'Neill was going back and forth.
And my channel?
No, on his thing, when she went over there to clear it up with him, when all his people came to her page and bum rushed it. And then she came over there, trying to clear it up, make sure they were straight. And he was going off on her. And he was saying, she had to be racist for him calling her a bum, for her allowing him to come on the platform and call him a bum. And she had muted him. And she was saying she didn't know she muted him. And he was saying, you let Ryan come on there. And she was just saying, I was in the middle of my interview and all you guys came over here and bum rushed it. My people would have never did that to you. And then he was basically saying, like, I only deal with her because you cool with somebody I'm cool with. You know, but
Me?
Well, yeah. Yeah.
Please don't let that be me.
Yeah, he was saying he rock with, like, support your channel, I guess.
Yeah, he does. Yes, he
That's what
does.
he was trying to say. Like, you know, I only on the strength of I support, you know, that's why.
Oh, Lordy. Oh, she done put me in some mess. Oh, girl, you should have kept that to yourself.
No, she ain't say nothing about you.
No, but if he's saying on the strength for me, I'm like, oh, but no, but somebody said, I will be honest with you. I saw Ryan D in Shasha's channel this past weekend, and I did not even go in the chat only because of Ryan D racist rant. The day I asked him about the reparations, he said, I don't go to Shasha's page unless Sugar is there. Oh, Lordy.
Okay.
Oh, my God. Oh. I gotta make sure I stay up during these live. I can't be going to sleep on you guys. I'm up. I am up now.
Yeah, he said that.
Up. I'm gonna have to cancel this chat out and open up a new chat, and we gotta go talk about that because this particular thing is running too long, and this is supposed to be about Kirk Franklin. So, guys.
Kirk Franklin putting on a different color lipstick now.
We just brought him up when we speaking upon black and white people. I did not expect for this. Oh my God. I am going out. I'm coming directly back in. Is Ryan D a racist?
Yes or no or maybe.
I'm coming. I'm signing out, guys, because this is too long for Kirk Franklin. And then I'm gonna try. I don't even know how to take this off. When I don't even have the editing stuff to take this off. Guys, come right back in. Come right back in. Come right back in. Come right back in.
Okay.